Since ancient times, heroes and demon kings have always coexisted. In any battle, the hero is the one who sacrifices themselves for the benefit of the kingdom. They are granted superior strength to destroy the demon king. Meanwhile, the demon king is the ruler of the underworld, existing with a single purpose: to obliterate the hero. Under the demon king's command are the legion commanders, consisting of 12 individuals who possess terrifying power and are known for their extreme ruthlessness. Because of this overwhelming strength, no human can oppose them except for the one bearing the burden of a hero. However, of course, throughout a long history, there will always be exceptional cases where a demon can kill a human with such great power. That individual is known by the title of the demon Arut, Commander Zero, considered the golden backbone of the demon world. A letter was thrown down on the table with a thud, followed by a resignation notice delivered with an impossibly arrogant attitude. The demon king was so shocked that he broke the pen in his hand. He angrily slammed the table and demanded, "Do you dare to leave me?" "Wait, don't get angry yet. He was just putting on an act." A second later, he abandoned all his dignity as a boss and knelt down, begging Arut to stay and work for him. The demon king could not accept the fact that Arut, though just a human, possessed far greater power than those ranked below him, yet was quitting without any apparent reason. Arut suddenly asked, "Can you kill me?" The demon king immediately dismissed it. "Kill you, my ass. You are a crucial officer, the backbone of the entire team. How could I do that?" He frantically questioned and poured his heart out, just to know the reason why Arut did not want to stay. Before he could say much, Arut suddenly had a nosebleed. Needless to say, the demon king was extremely worried. He shouted, "Where's the doctor? Bring Commander Zero's personal doctor here. He's gravely ill, and you're out there doing what?" Soon after, Dr. Ben was brought in. He examined Arut for a bit and hesitated to diagnose. However, the demon king seemed to be the most impatient person there. He didn't care if Arut's injury was post-war trauma or something else. He used his authority to blatantly threaten. "I didn't call you here to tell me what I already know. Find a way to treat him as quickly as possible. If you can't, you know the consequences." With such instructions from the boss, who would dare to defy him? Arut was immediately taken to the rest area by the team of doctors and was carefully tended to with such good care that it was almost troubling. Arut is his name in the demon world, but his real name is Dion Hart. Lying on the bed with a state of mind that couldn't be more miserable, he kept screaming internally about how he wasn't actually as talented as everyone always thought, but just a weakling to the point of being almost ordinary. He is the only human living in the demon world, born with a weak constitution, so much so that even a tiny bit of pressure could cause him to collapse. He saw that everyone mistakenly thought of him as someone strong and naturally became the subordinate of the demon king. But at this rate, in the near future, the secret about his frail body would be discovered by the demons here. Because he is weak, he thought they would either eliminate him immediately or humiliate him to the point where he couldn't lift his head. Any way you look at it, the future seemed as bleak as Daw's life. So he thought that he had to find an excuse to escape early if he wanted to survive. That night, Arut, with a frustrated face, went to the demon king's office as summoned. But then thinking about the other commanders being there, he couldn't help but feel a growing fear in his heart. He thought to himself, normally, meeting a small demon would be terrifying enough, let alone higher ranks. A tan-skinned woman standing in a corner whispered to the person next to her, "Is that the person from the rumors? This is my first time seeing him in person." The young man beside her sighed in frustration at the new soldier and explained, "Listen carefully. I was there when he defeated that hero." At that time, the demon king asked for his name, and he answered very indifferently. The image of a cool Arut immediately came to their minds, shining and terrifying. But no matter how much they admired him, seeing him approach with that gloomy face made them understand they shouldn't stay there and walked away. They chatted a bit more before finding a place to slip away. Rumor had it that he couldn't fight right now, so he was carrying a lot of frustration. "Let's get out of here before he kills us. Don't stand here blocking the way." The two large doors opened at Arut's request, greeting him with the demon king's murderous gaze and threatening smile. "You're here. All the legion commanders have already gathered, and you ended up being the latest one." Arut reluctantly sat down on the chair, facing the pairs of eyes staring at him. He tried to appear composed, but inside he was scared stiff, just wanting to turn invisible and escape to his room for a nap. The demon king spoke first. "Are you all right?" After hearing Arut apologize, he happily brushed it off. "It's fine. You must have had a reason to be this late." At that moment, a server in the castle quickly approached and poured him a glass of red liquid. Arut, overjoyed, hastily grabbed it and took a gulp. Everything here could make him uneasy, except for alcohol, which always made him happy. Sometimes, no, this was grape juice, but it seemed like everyone else had alcohol. Arut, feeling dejected, asked a simple question, which suddenly made the atmosphere tense. The Demon King, unable to tolerate this drunkard anymore, sighed and admitted that he was the one who requested it. Arut's fragile heart was immediately shaken, thinking that everyone was against him. They were there mainly to announce his fate. At this point, the Demon King spoke up about the main matter. "Commander of the 6th Legion, distribute the documents you submitted to me." Veliton nodded and then began to explain. "The 12th Legion is still protecting the village, but due to the sudden increase in monsters, they can no longer hold their ground. After the monsters destroyed more than half of the village, they evacuated the villagers elsewhere, but couldn't hold out for long. So reinforcement is needed to hunt those monsters." The atmosphere of the meeting suddenly became quite lively. The commander of the 12th Legion was not present, and some had heard the news that he had been killed by the monsters. Arut sat on the side, not caring much about this matter, because among the demons created by the Demon King, the monsters were the entities without senses, and were only loyal to their bloodthirsty instincts. Frankly speaking, they were somewhat like them, but different in that they were the failed products. When Veliton spoke about the continuous increase in the number and strength of the monsters, the Demon King immediately explained that the number of heroes who used to kill monsters was currently declining. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that he was killed when the monsters joined forces to attack. Hero Commander Arut was the one who killed heroes. The mood of everyone there suddenly plummeted because of this last sentence. Despite his ED boy facade, Arut's baby boy demeanor constantly protested in his heart, thinking they were just making excuses to push him into danger. He hadn't killed any heroes. Arut glared at the Demon King, wanting him to take responsibility. But instead, the king completely misunderstood, making things even worse. The Demon King quickly said, "Don't worry. The commander of the 0th Legion will be sent to support the 12th Legion." Arut was stunned upon hearing this, his expression so frozen that he didn't know how to react properly. It took him a moment to hold back his tears and find an excuse to refuse. "My body isn't in good condition right now," he said, but in his heart, he was pleading, "Don't send me, I don't want to go." He put on a serious face to show he was considering his health, but deep down, he was trying to play the role of a great leader, holding back his anger and checking if his body could handle the journey. Facing the admiring and hopeful gazes, Arut could only reluctantly agree. "All right, I'll go." That very night, the army set off on their mission. Arut continued to lament and remembered his failed escape plan. The kingdom he once lived in had a mad king who threw him to the Demon King and a brother who hated him to the core. Although it seemed terrible, it was still safer than this land full of demons. The journey to their destination was still far, so Arut's hand began to fumble with a bottle of liquor hidden in his bag, since the Demon King forbade drinking. He had stolen it when the meeting was adjourned. Rumor had it that whoever drank this would reach the ninth cloud, so before he died, he had to try it once to know what the demon specialty tasted like. Time passed uneventfully, until the rider in front suddenly spoke, as the envoy arrived at the village. Ahead of them was a village engulfed in the red hue of smoke and fire, with dead bodies strewn across the ground. The scene looked desolate. The vice commander of the 0th Legion, ED, thought the monsters hadn't gone far and called for everyone to move forward and chase them. Unexpectedly, a horde of hideous, ferocious monsters suddenly emerged from all directions, surrounding them. A die-hard fan of Arut shouted, "Fight for Lord Arut! Everything depends on us!" The battle erupted fiercely. These failed products, driven by a sole instinct to kill, madly attacked anyone in their way. The sounds of weapons clashing and people shouting echoed everywhere, making the place chaotic and filled with the smell of rust. Commander Eden was careful, but the situation was dire. The shout had barely faded when, in front of him, appeared a gigantic monster nearly 3 meters tall, its enormous mouth wide open, ready to bite. He thought he was done for, believing he'd be dead on the spot. Unexpectedly, in the nick of time, someone came to his rescue. Blood sprayed everywhere as the monster, after receiving several deep cuts from Arut's weapon, let out a loud roar and collapsed to the ground. ED, Seeing that it was Arut who had come to help, was visibly relieved. He was about to express his gratitude when suddenly, a sharp dagger was pointed directly at him. Arut asked, "Are you enemy too, on the battlefield? If we can't distinguish between friend and foe, it's a disaster." The boy was terrified upon hearing this, guessing that his boss was drunk, and hurriedly exclaimed that he wasn't an enemy. Arut then asked, "So the enemy is that thing, right?" Just as he finished speaking, he was struck by a heavy blow that sent him flying. The attack was so swift that he had no time to react, and he was flung into a corner. The hit was powerful, and when the dust settled, Arut was seen lying on the ground, covered in blood, looking pathetic. The unexpected attack seemed to have driven him mad. With a cold expression, Arut confirmed, "So it really is the enemy, huh?" As soon as he identified the foe, he charged forward like an avenging arrow, determined to exact revenge on all of them. A person possessed by the spirit of alcohol, in Arut's mind, needed only to know who the enemy was. His 2 daggers would take care of the rest. The other members of the squad, although labeled as demons, couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines as they watched Arut, a true bloodthirsty demon, tear through the monsters in front of them. They asked each other in awe, "Is that really the commander of the Zeroth Legion? The rumored demon Arut?" The sight of him in a berserk mode, fueled by alcohol, left no doubt why the Demon King forbade drinking. Meanwhile, in a different location, news about the Zeroth Legion had reached a particular individual. A mysterious figure kneeling in a grand hall spoke. The scout sent to the demon realm is now said to be the commander of the Zeroth Legion and is part of the current assault. Rumor has it that he is incredibly strong and ruthless. They say he is the most valuable subordinate of the Demon King. In the kingdom of Enwardo Desert, upon hearing this, the king immediately mentioned that he was reminded of someone. Currently, there is a promising candidate, so he decided to give the person kneeling before him an opportunity to achieve success. He gestured forward and said, "You will become that valuable asset to bring glory to the kingdom." The battlefield was always littered with blood and bones, the vanguard of the front line seen by Arut as essentially discarded flesh shields. He had fought fiercely, yet found himself not wanting anything. Similar to how he didn't want to sacrifice himself in a country that had pushed him to the brink of hell. He needed to find a way to survive, no matter what happened, to live and seek revenge against them all. Suddenly, a strange and eerily realistic dream jolted Arut awake in a panic. Doctors Ben and ED were by his hospital bed, witnessing him sit up abruptly. They rushed over, bombarding him with inquiries. ED informed him that the mission to suppress the monsters had been successfully completed. They had fled in terror, and now they were back at the Demon King's castle. As he absorbed the news, Arut's bewildered expression spoke volumes. He struggled to comprehend what had happened. Ben quickly diagnosed him with temporary amnesia from being struck by a monster during the battle. Arut sat silently, attempting to piece together his scattered memories, each fleeting recollection worsening his already troubled state, attributing his condition to possibly having had too much to drink. Arut couldn't recall much beyond that. Feeling he had accomplished nothing, he turned to ED and offered an apology, only to unexpectedly receive words of praise. "No, you were truly remarkable," ED reassured him. "You single-handedly dealt with a swarm of monsters on the front line. You are indeed an exemplary commander." Arut was left dumbfounded by the accolades. Facing the concerned doctor, who felt he wasn't prioritizing his health, and a determined fool bent on growing stronger to protect their leader, he felt the pressure mounting. The stress indicator displayed on the monitor spiked rapidly, reflecting the turmoil within him. At that moment, Commander of the 3rd Legion, Aseld, and Commander Adela of the 4th Legion suddenly arrived, their argumentative banter hardly resembling visitors there to pay respects. Lakei felt slightly annoyed by their presence and gently reminded them, "If you're here to visit, greet him politely and then leave. He's not available." Feeling increasingly uncomfortable internally, he wanted to flip the table and kick them all out. But externally, he could only sigh. He didn't have the courage to confront anyone, thinking about the dark future where he could be kicked out at any moment. So Arut decided to impart a little lesson in compassion to these demons, hoping they might forgive him if they knew the truth about his weakness. "Arut, I'm really annoyed now," he began. "But there's no reason to resort to violence just out of anger. Not every time do I want to harm anyone. Do you understand? That's what compassion is. We should learn to treat those around us with kindness." His words were gentle, But his demeanor was stern, the atmosphere chilling as he lectured on compassion, causing everyone to shudder and remain silent, apart from apologizing for causing a scene. Aeseld and the others were aware of his heroic feat of single-handedly sweeping through more than half of the demon horde, so Aeseld stepped forward with a request. "I've heard of your heroic tales, and I've come here to ask you something." He paused briefly before asking directly, "Can I spar with you?" Arut didn't need to think to know how scared he was. He thought he might have misheard, so he hurriedly asked if he meant sparring for practice. Aeseld nodded and eagerly expressed his desire to test their strength right away. The other two were equally excited, having never seen their legion commander so eager to spar with anyone since Arut arrived in the demon realm. Promising to attract a crowd to witness their intense bout, Arut, a person who always considered himself the weakest, prepared to face off against a demon general. Arut imagined himself being wiped out by the rough hands of his opponent, so he immediately declined. "I think it's very difficult to accept this sparring request because after the shock of facing the monsters and my own strength, what I mean is that I might die." "No, I mean I might die," Arut babbled for a while, not knowing what he was saying. The more he looked at them, the more frightened he became. And the more frightened he became, the more he rambled. Before he could figure out what to say to make them understand, Leikai intervened. "It's wonderful to see you so confident against a commander. I wonder why Commander Suko never spars, but now I understand. You're concerned about the opponent getting injured, aren't you?" Aeseld's eyes widened in surprise. Then he exclaimed loudly, "So once the sparring begins, it's fight to the death." Aeseld was known for his strength, but he had never been so confident that he could defeat anyone, showing absolute confidence without a hint of fear. It was the first time Leikai had seen him like this. After deliberating, Aeseld finally admitted that he didn't want to fight to the death with Arut and wasn't confident he could win from their first encounter. Therefore, they decided not to fight anymore. Not only that, Aeseld bowed and thanked Arut for considering his request. He also added that he wouldn't give up and promised to return when he felt more confident, bidding everyone farewell before enthusiastically leaving to train, fueled by the prospect of facing such a strong opponent. The other two leaders, seeing how tired Arut looked, refrained from bothering him further and left together. Before departing, they cheerfully scheduled their next encounter. Little did they know, Arut was overwhelmed and frightened to the point of fainting. Time passed, and Arut leaned wearily against the wall, trying to find an excuse to slip outside. In his hurry, he accidentally kicked a stone, which hit a demon's head. The demon yelled, cursing whoever was responsible. Arut was caught red-handed, so he stepped out and was about to apologize when the demons bowed their heads first, apologizing to him. They explained that they were just teaching a lowly dream demon a lesson and felt sorry for bothering him. They promised to leave immediately after apologizing. After they left, the corridor became deserted, leaving only Arut and the demon he accidentally hit. Rumors had it that Arut was more ruthless than any demon, instilling fear in everyone who heard them. Therefore, when the demon stared at him intently, Arut trembled all over, too scared to utter a word. Unexpectedly, instead of harboring resentment, Arut treated him sincerely. It was Incubus's first encounter with someone like him. Deeply moved, he said, "You're truly kind. I've never been treated like this before. I'd like to repay you. Are you free now?" Introducing himself as Heen, the gardener at the Demon King's castle, Incubus invited Arut to visit for a while. Imagining a peaceful scene with trees and flowers, Arut happily agreed to accompany him right away. They quickly arrived at an exquisitely beautiful garden, with an entrance lined by 2 rows of lush climbing roses. Just as Arut thought this was the most wonderful place in the demon castle, it almost turned into a carnivorous plants dinner. He had deceived himself. What place here was ever normal? This garden looked harmless on the outside, but was filled with terrifying plants. His survival instincts kicked in, and Arut wasted no time in making up an excuse and swiftly retreating. He knew his own room was the safest place, but thinking about the members of Team Zero, always carrying heavy burdens, fond of getting drunk, he felt compelled to greet them briefly. Curious about Team Zero's strength, he began wandering around the area, although no one seemed to be training. Arut picked up a wooden sword, intending to test his own strength, only to realize he couldn't even lift it. It was humiliating. Standing there, he started lamenting his cursed strength, feeling he should have just devoted all his love to daggers. Just then, the members of Team Zero crowded onto the training grounds after their lunch break, their eyes fixated on the young man in front of them, emitting such dense demonic energy. When they recognized him as the leader of Team Zero, they rushed forward, asking anxiously if he was all right, expressing concern as it had been a long time since he had come round. "Arut, you did really well in the last mission." They cheered, from top to bottom, from men to women. Everyone was as excited as meeting their idol for the first time. They were so talkative that Arut's ears were buzzing. He quickly interrupted the greetings, stating that his main purpose for coming here was to deliver a few words of encouragement. Having said that, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, before he could even be cool for a few seconds, he twisted his ankle, causing his whole body to collapse. Arut knew he was about to fall, in front of so many scrutinizing eyes, sprawled out flat on the ground. This was definitely going to be embarrassing. He might have to walk home without pants. Who would have thought that the moment he collapsed, he narrowly avoided a sneak attack with a sword from behind. Turning his head quickly, he saw a miraculous flick of his wrist, thrusting his thumb into the assassin's face, causing the guy to stumble and drop his cloak. Thanks to this, Arut finally realized he was human. But looking at the expressions of Team Zero, he could be sure it was an intruder, not a member of the team. Arut lifted the heavy wooden sword high and struck the assassin on the head with all his might, catching him red-handed and successfully subduing the would-be killer, all thanks to sheer luck. Finally, he turned towards the group and reported, "Report to the Demon Lord and detain this one." After delivering his statement, Arut promptly departed, unaware that behind him, the members of the battalion stood watching with eyes full of admiration. Not only had he managed to evade danger, but he had also swiftly countered the enemy. His strength and agility made them think that their current leader was truly formidable enough to overshadow even Team Zero. Arut returned to his room and fell asleep until the next day. Upon awakening, he saw the Demon Lord sitting calmly, sipping tea and waiting for him. His relaxed demeanor indicated there was a purpose behind summoning Arut awake fully. Without further ado, the Demon Lord instructed him to follow and promised to explain everything. Descending to the dungeons, Arut remained puzzled about what was happening. However, as soon as the door opened, he witnessed a scene of gruesome bloodshed. The Demon Lord approached the assassin, seized him by the collar, and addressed Arut. "Look at this wretch. Do you recognize him?" Next, he continued, explaining the assassin's ability to defeat a demon, despite being human. The strength he possessed was even more formidable when confronting the Demon Lord himself. Arut, sharp and intelligent, suspected this man might be a hero. As Arut understood it, when heroes faced death in battle against the Demon Lord, they often chose one of two paths, either to inflict maximum casualties on the Demon Lord or to sacrifice their own lives to empower their remaining allies. Most heroes opted for the latter, fearing their powers would vanish. The Empire's task was to seek out and recruit those who possessed such remnants, officially dubbing them as hero sewing. Arut's red eyes suddenly changed, coldly facing the Demon Lord and saying, "Your Majesty, please allow me to speak with this person privately." Seeing his expression, the Demon Lord had no further questions and simply stated he would wait outside the door. Now, only two remained in the room. The assassin began cursing Dion Hart, accusing him of betrayal. "You treacherous dog. You gained the Empire's trust, became a hero, only to betray us and join forces with the demon realm." Arut suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard tears streamed down his face before he finally stopped. He taunted the assassin. "Is that all you are? Just discarded trash?" His smirk grew more malicious as he began to psychologically attack the assassin. Arut mocked him, questioning what mistake he had made to be discarded by the Empire like garbage. "The king is pitiful, knowing everything." Arut continued, "You were a hero of the Empire, yet you're here in the demon realm, at the king's mercy. Did you come to a dangerous place like the Castle of Demons just to kill a traitor? Even a fool can see through such a flimsy excuse." Having dissected the assassin's mindset, Arut stepped out without another word, leaving the assassin to begin wailing in regret and betrayal. The Demon Lord, who had waited outside for some time, asked how Arut thought they should proceed. Maintaining his attitude, Arut bluntly suggested doing as they please, but it would be best to dispose of him immediately, as he offered no benefit. Upon hearing this, the Demon Lord nodded in agreement, stating that he would handle things as Arut suggested. However, he also required Arut's assistance with a few other matters. According to the Demon Lord, the 1st Battalion had just requested urgent reinforcements on the front lines. They claimed this time it wasn't a hero candidate like the previous one, but a true hero currently engaged in battle. Most demons were unable to defeat this hero, so they would rely solely on Arut for this encounter. Arut remained silent, head bowed, contemplating everything. When his next persona awoke, he was startled to find himself standing in this place. Not only that, but it seemed he was also preparing to go somewhere with someone. Shortly after, a horse-drawn carriage and a group of people awaited him at the castle gates. Arut sighed as he approached the 2 long rows of tiers. "This trip is doomed, sir," he said. As far as he can remember, he was descending with the Demon Lord into the labor area. But when he regained consciousness, he seemed to be heading somewhere else. Such a constant loss of awareness made him scared and even more stressed out. Just as Arut was preparing to board the horse-drawn carriage and embark on his mission, Commander Ririnel of the 11th Battalion arrived on a magic broomstick to see him off. She was a charming girl with a friendly face, though she possessed formidable power ranking just below the Demon Lords. No one to be trifled with. Ririnel explained cheerfully that she had brought a talisman necklace, imbued with protective spells from the second folk living in the demon realm, to prevent his demise once. Not trusting anyone in the demon realm, Arut initially hesitated, his philosophical doubts about life swirling in his mind. Nevertheless, he reached out and sincerely thanked her, absent-mindedly patting the girl's head, which caused her face to blush brightly. After a few more exchanges, it was time to depart. As Arut sat on the carriage, memories of days when he was still a close comrade alongside a hero flooded his mind. They had once wandered wounded together in the forest. Suddenly, the hero stopped and solemnly requested, "Please stay here." Arut didn't understand why he said such serious words with a grave expression. The hero had made his decision. He wanted to end this battle alongside the royal soldiers against the current Demon Lord they were preparing to face, the strongest in history. Thus, there was no guarantee they would survive. The hero needed someone to report the battle's outcome to the kingdom, so he wanted Arut to take on that responsibility. Seeing Arut's conflicted expression, the hero grew more assured in his decision. "I know about your past life as a war hero," the hero continued, "but you're on this journey because you seek a grander achievement to fulfill your wish, aren't you? Returning with the results of this battle would already be a significant achievement." Curious about Arut's wish, the hero promised to investigate it upon his safe return. Time passed slowly as Arut sat under the shade of a large tree, waiting. For many days, the mission of those called comrades like him was to pave the way for the assault on the Demon Lord, but he had been asked to stay behind, waiting like this, which left him feeling increasingly frustrated. Might as well, Arut muttered to himself. If they win, I'll bring them back. If they lose, I'll report it. If I observe from afar, surely there won't be any harm. With his mind made up, Arut stood up decisively and stealthily approached where everyone had gathered. But before his eyes now, it seemed the battle had already concluded. All of his comrades had fallen, and the hero was kneeling at the feet of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord asked if he had any final words, and suddenly, the hero's body began to glow brightly. Arut discreetly observed from a high cliff. He knew the hero was preparing for his self-destructive plan, a matter they had discussed beforehand. Thus, Arut had no choice but to turn back and report to the kingdom. "Who are you?" A voice suddenly echoed behind him. Startled, Arut quickly turned around to see who it was. "Oh, heavens!" he exclaimed as he turned back, only to face a terrifying giant demon swinging a sharp sword towards him. Faced with this situation, Arut knew he had to call upon all his skills. As a renowned assassin of the Empire, he maneuvered to evade the enemy's attacks, leaping up with enough agility to land a dagger into the giant's neck. However, in an unfortunate turn of events, Arut's stab wasn't fatal enough to bring the giant down, but it was enough to cause both of them to tumble off the cliff. The ground shook violently upon impact, creating a scene where the giant demon lay motionless in a pool of its own blood, while Arut, the main character, remained unconscious, but still breathing steadily above. The demons witnessing this from below were shocked and whispered among themselves in confusion. "Who is that human, the leader of the 7th Legion?" One asked in bewilderment. Another, bewildered, could only respond, "I don't know, but how can he be so strong?" Arut collapsed in pain and disbelief at what he had just heard and witnessed. He had only acted in self-defense, but unexpectedly managed to take down the leader of the 7th Legion right before the enemy's eyes. He had fallen right into the midst of the enemy camp, and now faced even the Demon Lord himself, believed to be the strongest ever. His sudden appearance threw everything into chaos, disrupting even the hero's self-destructive plan. The hero's body began to emit a blinding light, forcing the Demon Lord to shield his eyes with his hand to reduce the glare. This light, it's different from self-destruction. Could it be that the hero is trying to transfer his power? The Demon Lord speculated aloud. But how could this happen? Shortly after, the light faded and the hero passed away in Arut's arms, gently laying his fallen comrade down. Arut covered his mouth, reflecting on the changes in his own body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but that wasn't his primary concern at the moment. The attention of the demons below shifted to the new figure, and the Demon Lord approached Arut, starting an unexpected conversation. "How can you laugh in a situation like this?" Dion Hart, the Demon Lord, asked curiously, his tone a mix of surprise and intrigue. Arut, still grappling with the recent events, responded cautiously but confidently, "Arut desires to live more than anyone in this world." Dion Hart, upon hearing Arut introduce himself, extended an invitation to join his demon legion. He assured Arut that no demon from either realm would dare object after witnessing what had just transpired. As the flashback concluded, Arut smirked wryly. He wanted to live, but he never imagined he would survive like this. As he reminisced about the events that had passed, the caravan arrived at the border between the demon and human realms. The leader of the 1st Legion, Lekai, and his team were there to welcome him. Lekai observed Arut's weary demeanor and understood the complexities of the situation. Initially planning to refuse, Arut reconsidered, knowing that the alternative was even more dire. Lekai apologized for any disappointment caused and acknowledged the uncertain future of the ongoing battle. He advised Arut to prepare himself during this lull in fighting. Arut naturally didn't understand what the disappointment was about here. Unexpectedly, he heard a shocking piece of news, like a thunderbolt, coming from the mouth of that man. "I want to say that you will step into the battle as soon as the Imperial army starts their attack." The next morning, the Imperial camp received a report. Because the Zero Commander would participate in this battle, the morale of the Demon King's soldiers increased significantly. The Zero Commander was known to be an even more outstanding figure than the 1st Commander, who was considered the strongest among the 12 commanders. The commanders of the upcoming battle were discussing strategies. Upon hearing the news of an uninvited figure's arrival, they began to panic. An anxious bearded man asked the person sitting next to him, "What should we do now? If this is true, there is no way to secure victory." A man in armor, raising his hand to his weary forehead, offered a suggestion. "We will send an assassin, because he wants to confirm if the rumored Zero Commander is real, to eliminate the possibility that the commander is just a lie by the Demon King to boost the soldiers' morale." Meanwhile, on Arut's side, Deputy Commander ED was carefully bandaging his leader. Arut knew he always treated him well and took care of him as much as possible. But then, thinking about himself as someone who often vomits blood, weak, prone to fainting, with skin easily damaged by prolonged sunlight exposure, he felt utterly useless from every angle. Yet this deputy commander still revered him regardless of all reasons, which was remarkable. ED happily performed his duties, saying that what he was painstakingly wrapping was a special garment made by the Demon King himself from magic, which had excellent sun protection and temperature maintenance. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it could restore itself to its original state. It seemed that the demon treated him very well, but magic was the thing that broke the laws of this world. Demon magic had its limits, and the energy used for magic couldn't be restored. There were rumors that the more demonic energy used, the faster the human hero would appear. So he thought the demon was wasting his energy because he was confident in his ability to defeat humans with heroic powers. The mummy-like wrapping was completed, perfectly covering him from head to toe. Arut told ED that he wanted to personally inspect the 9th Commander's Legion and observe the surroundings. He was only pretending to be responsible, but his true intention was to escape, to flee from this place filled with demons. But wait, he thought the outside was just full of wild forests and bushes at this time. Unexpectedly, he found the presence of demons everywhere. As soon as he stepped outside, a group of soldiers rushed over to start a conversation, blocking his way completely. Then, in a tree near the camp where the First Legion was stationed, an assassin appeared. He was from the Imperial side, there to scout the Zero commander of the Legion. The assassin had spotted his target and thought to himself that the person standing there was the one from the rumors. How could someone with a weak and small appearance, but an indifferent attitude and overwhelming aura, make him feel so intimidated? To test if the Zero commander's strength was as rumored, the assassin pulled out a poisoned dart and threw it towards the fully covered person below. The poisoned dart was thrown with extreme accuracy, but unexpectedly, Arut was sharp enough to dodge it in time. The assassin was shocked, thinking his presence had been detected and that the enemy had not only noticed him, but also easily avoided the assassination attempt. However, that was only his one-sided thinking. Little did he know, Arut had tripped over a rock and fallen, not dodging skillfully at all. Arut saw there was no secluded place to escape anymore, so he lost interest and decided to turn back to his tent. The assassin, seeing Arut not making any moves, became even more worried. He wanted to return to report the news, but since he wasn't completely sure after just one attempt, he stayed to look for another opportunity. As Arut re-entered, Ed was just placing a bottle of wine on the table. Arut ignored it, removing his hooded cloak and asking, "Do you know anything about the new hero of the Imperial Army?" Ed thought for a moment and replied, "I heard the second commander investigated him. He wears a hat that covers his entire body, so his face isn't visible. I only know his swordsmanship is incredibly skillful." Below, they were talking casually, but above, the assassin was sweating coldly as he eavesdropped, especially when they mentioned his lord Kruel. He had been sent by Kruel, and now, hearing his name, he thought to himself, "Could it be that my presence has already been discovered?" As soon as Arut sat down, his gaze immediately landed on the bottle of wine in front of him. A demon quickly took shape, thinking that Ed had been drinking in secret. But then, Ed revealed that it was actually meant for Arut. Seeing the wine, Arut's eyes lit up as if seeing a lover, nearly drooling in delight. Just as he was about to take a big gulp, he suddenly heard a noise. At that moment, the assassin had used a stone as a decoy and poured a deadly poison into Arut's glass, capable of killing anyone with just a small sip. The glass was quickly brought to his mouth, and as everyone thought he was about to drink, Arut unexpectedly threw the glass onto the floor. His demeanor and gaze abruptly changed as he coldly said, "It seems we have a traitor among us." Arut's mind was spinning. Just a moment ago, he remembered swatting at a fly, and now, in the blink of an eye, the glass was gone. Suddenly, it was Ed's turn to be alarmed. Seeing the liquid bubbling on the ground, he realized the wine was poisoned. He knew an assassination attempt had just occurred. When he scanned the area and discovered an intruder, the assassin had already disappeared without a trace. The failed assassination attempt on Arut was immediately reported to the entire army by Lakai. Being soldiers under the command of the top commander among the 12 legions, allowing an outsider to successfully infiltrate was a huge embarrassment. This mistake would certainly be punished, but for now, Lakai chose to set it aside and ordered strict vigilance to ensure no more enemies could enter the area. Arut thought to himself, "I should stop being the commander of the Zero Legion or whatever. This stupid position even makes the Imperial scum want to assassinate me because of that damn assassin. I didn't even get to drink." His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed the untouched bottle of wine. To quench his parched throat, he grabbed a passing soldier and then said to his deputy, "If the poison was only in the glass, then I can still drink from the bottle." While Arut eagerly anticipated his drink, the assassin, now back at his base, reported his findings to General Kruel. He didn't forget to add a remark that crushed the spirits of everyone present. "He is very dangerous. It seems the rumors about him are not exaggerated. If things continue like this, the Empire won't stand a chance." After confirming the strength of the enemy, Kruel told the person in front of him that they needed the help of another hero from the Empire to win against the demons. However, since that person was not currently available, they would choose to retreat. The bearded man immediately objected, saying, "But if we retreat, won't it look like we're running away out of fear of the Zero Legion commander?" The general's intent was, of course, different. He firmly planted his dagger into the map and replied resolutely, "We will retreat, but if any bastard follows us, we will ensure their absolute death." In his mind, he had long wanted to end this pointless war and withdraw his troops. But that didn't mean showing weakness before the demons. He told his subordinates that the order given to the entire army was to reclaim the land of the empire that had been occupied by the demons, not to expand into demon territory. They had already reclaimed their land. Now was not the time for unnecessary actions. Unfortunately, General Kruel's plans were thwarted by Arut's actions. A person ran in with a pale face, reporting that the demon legion was sweeping towards them, and the leader was none other than the infamous Zero Legion commander, known for his ruthless killings. After drinking the wine, Arut entered his Berserk mode, slaughtering enemies one after another. It was like a killing spree, with bodies falling at his feet, his entire body from clothes to hair, quickly becoming soaked in blood. A soldier from the Empire's side sat trembling on the ground, terrified by the fearsome enemy before him. He wanted to live, but this cold-blooded person in front of him shattered his will to fight. Arut approached him, grabbed the blade of his sword, and crouched down in front of the quivering soldier, asking, "Why are you cowering here? If you want to live, you have to resist." Despite his words, he continued to stab the dagger into the soldier. Unexpectedly, a bright golden beam of light suddenly struck, knocking the ferocious Arut away from the trembling soldier. Deputy Commander Ed quickly rushed to support his commander. When he looked up to see who possessed such power, his mouth fell open. Standing nearby, bathed in the glow of blessings, was a fully armored figure. It turned out there was a hero here. The new hero of the Empire, while flexing his wrist, said, "I was planning to take you down in one move." At this point, Arut stirred a little, exhaling a deep breath as he examined the item in his hand. It was broken. This was a necklace, enchanted like a shield, used only once to protect the wearer's life. Ed's face turned pale. Heroes were indeed formidable among ordinary people. Without this item, the demonic kingdom's golden spine would have been broken by now. The soldier, seeing that his savior was hero Kruel, nearly cried with relief. Unfortunately, a weed by the roadside could not reach the clouds. Just as he reached out for help, Arut swiftly ended him with a single stab. Arut then walked straight to the hero, and, with a provocative attitude, said, "So, you're the new hero." The hero immediately denied it. "That's what everyone calls me, but I don't feel worthy of that title." Two masked figures from opposing sides, each feeling the other's voice was familiar, refused to reveal their faces. One fully armored, the other wrapped in cloth. They barely exchanged a few words before launching into a fight. With a bit of alcohol in him, Arut loved to brawl, and without asking for permission, he swiftly swung his dagger at the hero. Kruel saw the speed of the attack and quickly ducked, avoiding the initial strike. He then raised his sword, pushing the enemy back to create distance. Arut, undeterred, charged again with his dagger. However, the same move shouldn't be used too often. This time, Kruel was prepared. He swung his sword, blocking the attack, causing the dagger to fly out of Arut's hand. The hero seized the opportunity to counterattack, noticing something peculiar. Despite the Zero Legion commander's impressive speed, his attack seemed to lack strength. After a series of exchanges, the remaining dagger in Arut's hand was also knocked away. Kruel wanted to end the fight quickly and lunged forward. Unexpectedly, Arut had another trick up his sleeve. He swiftly drew a hidden dagger to block the powerful strike. Then, something happened. Arut didn't retaliate, but instead retreated to create distance. Kruel now truly realized that something was amiss in his mind. He kept questioning why his recent attacks had been unusually weak. Meanwhile, Arut restrained himself, no longer interested in the battle, or perhaps with another motive in mind. The haze of intoxication had cleared, and Arut, now gentle, returned to the situation. In this moment, Kruel thought he needed to put on a confident smile to conceal his inner turmoil. He spoke up, requesting to cease the fight with the most amiable demeanor he could muster. But naturally, Arut addressed the figure before him, stating that the battle should end here. Despite defeating Commandant Number 9, they were still unsatisfied and desired to continue invading the demon world's territory. Therefore, the Number 0 army was not present solely to reclaim what was rightfully theirs, but rather acted as skilled diplomats, adept at maneuvering through multiple pathways. Arut advised their opponent not to waste any more effort and to live like a dove, accepting that each faction was simply protecting its own territory. However, the opponent's silent stance forced Arut to add one more remark. "These two new heroes seem to want to incite war. I don't think your soldiers will happily agree." This statement was indeed true. After seeing his soldiers injured and losing his will to fight, Kruel decided to set aside everything and halt the conflict. The two leaders turned their backs on each other, a moment when both sides' soldiers could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Commander number 1, Lekai, looked at the young man approaching him with a hint of regret in his heart for the sudden decision. It was a good opportunity to sweep away the enemy forces, but stopping abruptly at this peak moment made him think that perhaps Arut had calculated something. Seeing Arut's restrained demeanor, Lekai chose not to inquire further and instead cheerfully patted Arut on the shoulder. Little did he expect that Arut would collapse into his arms like a bundle of wilted noodles, his body feverish and sweating. Doctors Ben and ED arrived promptly, so Lekai stood aside to let them take care of Arut. Despite being enlisted by the Demon Lord after defeating Commandant number 7, deep down, Lekai couldn't help but continue to doubt Arut's capabilities. Nevertheless, after this incident, he gained respect and voluntarily took over cleaning up the remnants left after the battle, allowing Arut time to rest and recover from illness. The next day, Arut returned to the castle in the Devil King's anticipation. He had been waiting outside for a long time, so upon seeing Arut, he immediately praised him and hissed, "I heard from Lekai. You never disappoint me. So how did the meeting with the new hero go?" The cold eyes and the sleek face made the Devil King pause. He lowered his voice, asking Arut to come inside to talk. He wanted to review the report from the second commander about the newly rising figure, the successor hero of the Empire. In the office, the Devil King tossed a thick report onto the table and asked Arut to review it. As Arut picked it up to read, a loud voice suddenly called out from beside him, "Oh, what a coincidence! It's a good time to wake up your mindless persona as well." Arut, with his kind nature, looked at what he was holding with an incredulous expression. His memories were frozen on the battlefield, and then fast-forwarded to him sitting here in the Devil King's castle. Then, Ririnel came running from afar, crying and boasting about herself. After hearing that the protective amulet had shattered, she rushed to the battlefield to find Arut but couldn't see him. She thanked the heavens for being lucky enough to find him safe here. Listening to this tearful conversation, Arut's face darkened. He wondered if he had caused some trouble after getting drunk. His eyes suddenly caught the paper in his hand. Curiosity piqued. He opened it and was shocked to see a face and name he could never forget, even after 1,000,000 years, Dion Hart. A dark memory flashed in his mind. Arut was sitting next to the bodies of his parents, but when he reached out to his brother for help, Kruel rejected him, responding with a cold, merciless sword strike. Arut stopped thinking. He patted Ririnel's head, turned around and said he wanted to go to his room, the most ordinary place in the Devil King's castle. Sitting on the bed with a gloomy face, a few minutes earlier, the master of this place, after hearing that Arut was about to return to the Empire to avoid suspicion, used magic to seal him. This could be seen as a security agreement, a way for the Devil King to monitor Arut everywhere, even without meeting him. Just as Arut was deep in thought, the deputy commander, ED, pushed the door open. He said that he had just heard the Devil King announce that Arut would return to the human world today. It seemed trivial at first, but the expression on ED's face made Arut feel like ED had something to say. Arut asked, "Is there something you want to say to me?" ED hesitated a bit and then said, "Actually, a few hours ago, the Devil King called me to his room to propose that I take up the position of commander of the 9th Legion, which is still vacant." The Devil King explained, "In terms of skills, you are more than capable of becoming the commander of a legion. I am offering you this position, ED." This was a position ED always dreamed of, but he hesitated, thinking about someone else taking his place as the deputy commander of the 0 Legion and taking care of the Devil King. "Did the Devil King say something to you?" Arut suddenly interrupted ED's thoughts. He shook his head and laughed it off, deciding not to mention the offer to the commander. Then, he shared a few minor updates with Arut, mentioning that the carriage had arrived. Before leaving, Arut turned back and asked if the deputy commander wanted anything from the human world. When ED laughed and declined, Arut firmly decided to bring back some suitable items without asking further. Watching Arut leave, ED thought no other commander cared for his subordinates as much as Arut did, nor did any superior need as much assistance as Arut. ED had rejected the Devil King's tempting offer, promising to stay with unwavering loyalty. waiting as the deputy commander. In the human world, in front of the grand mansion of the Count, two guards were complaining about how quiet the day was. They noticed someone approaching, and seeing the person not stopping, pointed their spears at the stranger and shouted, "The Count is not at home. Outsiders are not allowed." Arut, tired, removed his hood and face mask before saying, "I just want to enter my own house. Are you daring to stop me?" Arut's presence immediately stirred the entire mansion. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by long rows of bowing servants. The butler, remember, made Arut feel truly at home. They exchanged a few words, and although Arut wanted to rest a bit, he knew the news of his return must have reached the king. So he instructed butler Remember to prepare a carriage for him. Arut thought he was awaited by the king, but Duke Alester was actually the one most eagerly anticipating his return. Upon hearing his aide's report, he smirked disdainfully and remarked in a mocking tone, "So the king's lapdog has returned to his master." He then glanced towards the man standing beside him and asked sarcastically, "And what shall we do, dear brother Kruel?" "He's back." Kruel showed no emotion and simply said he would send a request to the Assassin's Guild. Alester didn't think it was a wise plan, fearing it would make them targets. Instead, he had another force in mind, the Revolutionary Army, a group eager to overthrow the king. Letting them handle it would keep their hands clean, shielding them from repercussions if things went awry. Alester was quite pleased with this cunning plan, fueled also by curiosity about how formidable the king's hero could be. Meanwhile, outside the protagonist's mansion, the carriage had been prepared as requested. However, the cautious butler summoned an additional escort, sensing something amiss. Arut intended just a brief visit with the king, so he ordered most of them to return, leaving a few behind. Sensing their reluctance, he assured them that few of the empire knew of him, so it wouldn't take long. As Arut sat in the carriage, contemplating the transition from flattery of the devil king to that of the king, he felt weary. Everyone seemed intimidating. The current king, who ascended by eliminating all rivals, was the ninth prince of the realm, notorious for dispatching his siblings to secure the throne for himself, even donning the crown with blood-stained hands. He ruled like a tyrant, declaring the nation an empire, and leading with militaristic fervor. Time passed, and like other nations in the world, war erupted, completely altering Arut's life. An 8-year war, akin to hell, although half of his memories were lost due to their horror, saw the empire annex a third of the continent, solidifying its status as a vast empire. This was under the leadership of the king, a figure both ruthless and war-hungry. Arut was lost in thought, reflecting on his life and the state of his country, when suddenly the horse-drawn carriage abruptly stopped. He hurried outside to see what was happening, only to coincidentally witness his troops being ambushed. The attackers wore blue armbands adorned with a white dove symbol, unmistakably the insignia of the Revolutionary Army. Arut muttered to himself, "This is bad. I need to get out of here." Unexpectedly, a figure he hadn't noticed before leaped at him, tackling him to the ground. One hand gripped his throat, while the other brandished a menacing axe. "You dog of the empire," the assailant growled. "The Revolutionary Army is a group formed from battles 8 years ago, caused by the imperial faction. They invaded and destroyed villages, seizing everything deemed valuable. Those with nothing left to lose gathered together, driven mad by their desire to destroy the empire and overthrow the king." The man standing before Arut was one of them. His scarred face stared intensely at Arut, making a judgmental assessment. "I was worried about you, thinking you were an empire hero," Arut struggled to say, attempting to convince him. "But you're wrong. I'm not a lackey of the empire." The assailant was taken aback, thinking he had mistaken his target. However, upon hearing Arut utter the name Dion Hart, he immediately flew into a rage, ready to swing his axe. Arut fumbled around until he found a hidden dagger on his person. Unexpectedly, when he attempted a surprise attack, the man intercepted it. This countermove fueled his anger even more. With one hand, he lifted Arut high and slammed him forcefully onto the carriage floor once more, without hesitation. Immediately, he swiftly swung his axe down towards Arut, aiming to end the fortunate prince's life. But just as he was about to succeed, another figure intervened, using their weapon to knock the enemy's axe out of his hand. Astonished, the revolutionary soldier lifted his head to see 3 figures that seemed like grim reapers staring back at him, emanating pure malice. emblazoned with 3 diagonal slashes on their empire insignia. They were known as the Shadow Knights. Beings born from the battles 8 years ago, led by Dion Hart. Unlike the Revolutionary Army, which harbored enmity towards the Empire, the Shadow Knights, having lost their homeland and families, lived solely with the purpose of protecting their leader. In an instant, they mercilessly charged at the revolutionary forces, exhibiting the utmost brutality. They killed as if it were second nature, devoid of any remorse or hesitation. The scared man, now realizing his mistake too late, began to feel fear creeping in. But by then, it was already too late. Just as he was about to swiftly take down Arut and command his troops to withdraw, sudden, excruciating pain shot through his wrist. Arut had used his own fingernails to viciously claw at his flesh, causing the revolutionary soldier to cry out in agony. He quickly managed to throw the demon off him, his hand now dripping with blood. Looking up, he coincidentally saw Arut, fierce and menacing, wielding a spear and a gun, shouting loudly, "I've lost my patience with you. Allow me to bid you farewell." "Oh, sir, I've made a mistake. Can I try again?" pleaded the soldier. But Arut showed no mercy. With the enemy dealt with, Arut stood over the fallen attacker. Moments ago, he'd have questioned whether to continue, but the answer remained the same as always. He couldn't afford to stop. Thus, a scene restricted by age limits unfolded before everyone's eyes. After ordering the knights to dispatch the remaining foes, Arut's blood-stained carriage continued its journey to the king's castle. As the carriage, covered in blood, arrived, the man stepping down was similarly stained in red. Though 2 guards were alarmed, they attempted to block his path. "This is the royal palace. No entry without an invitation," they warned. Unwilling to delay, Arut promptly identified himself as the Honorable Count Dion Hart, here to report to the king. Hearing this, the guards relented and informed him of the ongoing celebration for the newly appointed hero, Kruel Hart. They opened the grand doors, revealing a scene of opulence and festivity. Arut's expression darkened with a grim smile as he muttered, "Seems like my older brother is here." Beyond the doors, amidst elegance and bright lights, the king raised a goblet high. "Today, we celebrate the birth of our new hero, Kruel Hart, and honor his first triumph," proclaimed the king. In this refined setting, Arut confidently strode forward, ignoring the whispers and murmurs around him. Some questioned his presence, unaware of his identity, while others immediately recognized him as the noble Count Dion Hart. With each step leaving a trail of blood on the floor, Arut pressed on, knowing he had no other convenient option. Arut passed by his older brother without bothering to look at him. He knelt under the feet of the country's king and paid his respects to the head of the nation. The old king looked at the achievements he had left along the way with a deeply dissatisfied attitude. "It's been quite a while, hasn't it? But coming here with such a disdainful attitude in the palace, what lack of respect is this? Arut didn't like beating around the bush on the road. I was ambushed on my way here. If it's this serious, he should be concerned." The two quickly separated into a separate room to talk conveniently. The old king asked Arut if he was okay after the unwanted events. Just saying it with your mouth, the old king saw that Bunch couldn't do anything. The hero of this kingdom. I'm going to talk about Dion Hart. In the 8-year battle of the Vanguard, all the others were successful. Succeeded when he drove back the Demon Tribe Legion, saving countless allies, something no one had done before. Suddenly, the king changed the subject to another question. "Have you found a way to break the curse yet?" Arut heard these words. Instantly, he thought of the seal symbol, especially considering it as a form of monitoring magic. Unaware of this, he assumed that Arut wanted to wander in the demon world in order to break the curse. Arut shook his head in frustration after taking a sip of hot tea to moisten his mouth. Only then did the king ask about the main issue. "Is there anything noteworthy happening at the Demon King's castle recently?" Of course, there was something noteworthy happening. Since the king was present, Arut brought up the matter immediately. He informed him, "I encountered an assassin sent to the Demon King's military camp." Arut mentioned this because he wanted to know the reason why the Demon King sent his cold-blooded candidate there. The old king didn't answer the opponent's question. Instead, he said that he had relied on that trash to gain trust in the demon world. He had obtained some information, including the fact that Arut had become a commander with the name of a demon. Arut was aware of this. Instead of punishing him, the king praised him more. Because in order to continue to exist there, in the role of a spy, talent was needed. Now was the time Arut asked about what he was curious about. He mentioned Kruel. He also asked directly, why did the king make him a hero? The two of them always had conflict. Arut was young. He always heard the servants gossiping behind his back, just because he had white hair and red eyes, which set him apart from everyone else. One day, his parents argued about presenting him before the king. His father insisted that he must always be cautious outside, never letting others see his flaws. Dion Hart, feeling sorry for himself, could only obediently bow his head. But inside, he was filled with insecurity about his strange appearance. His parents' attitude towards Kruel was markedly different from their treatment of him, leaving Arut feeling lonely despite sharing the same roof. On his first visit to the castle to experience life beyond their estate, 3 children approached him. Naively, he thought they wanted to be friends, but the leader immediately spoke ill of him to his face, spreading rumors that he was just a troublemaker for the noble family. Despite Dion Hart's constant denials, his family continued to restrict him, and the others wouldn't let go, increasingly making unfair remarks. They even said that the theater would abandon him, and he was a monster. Arut's anger reached a breaking point, and he finally swung a punch at the annoying boy but lacked the strength to follow through. The boy was momentarily silent, shocked, before violently pushing him to the ground and initiating a physical and mental double attack. As his mind spun, and he prepared to faint, Kruel rushed in to stop everything. When he woke up at home, Dion Hart received harsh criticism from his parents instead of comfort or clarification about the malicious words. Once again, the hurtful comments of the boy resurfaced, prompting him to question himself. Regardless, his father didn't listen to him and shared the same thoughts as the others. Consequently, he wouldn't let Dion Hart go out and confined him to his room for self-reflection, even though he hadn't done anything excessive. Dion Hart hugged himself, trying not to cry. The pitiful child didn't want to be abandoned like this. He wanted to be loved. In the following days, he stayed in his room as instructed, silently striving to study and practice swordsmanship, hoping to make his weak body somewhat stronger and no longer be seen as useless. One evening, while Arut was practicing with a wooden sword until his nose bled, Kruel suddenly appeared and intervened. Despite Arut's efforts, his actions only resulted in receiving harsh words. "I told you not to do meaningless things," Kruel scolded. "Just stay quietly in your room. You don't need to do anything." From that moment, the demon within Arut began to take shape. From that fateful night until he was 17, Arut hardly ventured out of his room or engaged in anything else. Today, Kruel came to invite him to play chess again. He looked surprised at his younger brother's cold expression and asked if something was wrong. Arut replied dismissively, "Are you joking? Who would come looking for me? I've just been in my room, not busy with anything." Before they could even play a game of chess, Kruel suddenly remarked that in the future, he would also limit his visits to play chess with him. "Because if war breaks out," he said, "each noble family will have at least one person summoned." Before he could finish, the king's men arrived and asked directly who Dion Hart was. Upon learning it was Arut they were looking for, they seized him without explanation. Kruel hurriedly ran to grab his hand to stop them, insisting that his younger brother wasn't the one they sought. There must have been a misunderstanding. But before they could clarify, they dragged Arut away without explanation. Kruel tried to reason with them, but they dismissed him and took Arut away. He was left feeling bitter, realizing that his family had seemingly abandoned him. As Arut looked back towards where his brother stood, the door closed firmly, leaving him to silently lament his fate. "Finally, my family has abandoned me," he thought bitterly. Since the day he was taken to the battlefield to serve in the war, every day of Arut's life had been hell. He fought endlessly to survive in a place reeking of blood and echoing with screams. Arut struggled under a heap of bodies, his mind filled with desperate thoughts. He didn't want to die in such a wretched place. Unexpectedly, a strange young man appeared and lifted Arut's spirits when he struck down an enemy soldier and tossed a dagger to Arut. He shouted, "Whether you're a child or weakling, no one cares. Now that you're here, you must fight to survive." Those words immediately cleared Arut's mind, and he knew what he had to do. Arut took the dagger and began to defeat any enemy he encountered, solely to survive. As time passed, Arut grew accustomed to this hellish existence. At some point, when everyone else received comforting letters from loved ones, Arut sat alone in a corner, holding only a letter appointing him as a frontline commander. At that moment, he resolved to repay his family with another hell, just as they had done to him. After 8 long years of grueling battle, the war finally ended. Arut returned to the mansion of the High Duke, armed with a dagger and a body drenched in blood. His eyes were icy cold, showing no mercy as he dispatched each person with a lethal blow. But even after all this, he felt no satisfaction. Instead, his suffering multiplied 100-fold. Kruel opened the door and entered, shocked by the scene before him, his only relative standing there. Perhaps this was the straw that saved Arut's sanity. Arut held his head, torn between asking his brother to end this or wanting to eliminate the person before him. Suddenly, the voice of a girl, Reenliner, the captain of the Luffy Knights, and the most ordinary among madmen under his command, pulled Arut's mind back to reality. She spoke, bringing Arut back from his dark thoughts. In his current state, Arut had no memory of the atrocious acts he had committed just a few hours earlier at the party. They exchanged a few words, but Arut still couldn't understand when he had met the king or who the party was for. At that moment, the person Arut least wanted to meet approached and introduced himself as the protagonist of the party, the newly titled hero of the Empire. Kruel spoke up, mentioning a few days before his deployment, when he encountered the #1 commander of the demon world. Seeing him reminded him of Arut. He heard that he was a very good commander in motivating soldiers. If he were in charge of our troops, Kruel hadn't finished his sentence when a burst of laughter interrupted him abruptly. Arut decisively refused to listen any further, unwilling to continue the conversation. Instead, he turned and grabbed a pudding cake, spooning a mouthful into his mouth. Kruel persisted, continuously showing concern, asking if Arut was injured or how his health was. Arut, who least wanted to meet him here, didn't hesitate to respond with cutting remarks. Even if I am injured, I will never show it to you. From now on, you only need to stand and watch. Alester, the Duke, stood nearby, witnessing everything. Not only did he applaud, but he also sarcastically commented on their brotherly affection. Kruel quickly approached to greet the head of the opposing faction of the Emperor's nobles. Arut had no liking for these people, so he casually ignored the greeting in front of everyone. Arut heard murmurs behind his back. It wasn't intentional, but how could he not know? Right now, the pudding was hardening in his mouth. Whether he wanted to talk or greet anyone, he had to wait until he swallowed it. As he was contemplating how to handle the situation in front of him, now dealing with Elphifius, the crown prince of the empire appeared unexpectedly. Although Arut didn't know why, it seemed like the blonde prince was standing in front of him, trying to resolve this awkward situation. Arut seized the opportunity to start chewing vigorously, but suddenly, a teammate squeezed his buttocks. The imperial princess, Aletser, cheerfully ran up to hug him tightly, constantly greeting him. Unfortunately, it was just bad timing. The moment was right for all the cakes in his mouth to spurt out amidst the heavily perfumed air. Everyone mistook it for blood and started panicking, calling for healers to come save him. Arut desperately wanted to explain, but every time he opened his mouth, someone shut him up, making it impossible to clarify things. It seemed the troublemakers here weren't satisfied yet, leading the way for the king and the first hero, Nemeses, to come over to him. Apart from the disagreeable Duke and his brother, most people believed Arut was suffering from the curse of the Demon King, which was taking effect. Arut, feeling helpless, clung to this excuse and asked everyone's permission to return home. However, as he bowed, a sudden headache struck, causing him to stagger and almost fall. Luckily, someone caught him in time, preventing an embarrassing situation in front of so many people. He intended to say thank you, but when he saw that it was Kruel who had caught him, the words of gratitude immediately stuck in his throat. For the past 8 years until now, his deep-seated resentment hadn't subsided. Therefore, he quickly pulled his hand away from his brother and hastily bowed to the king, then returned to the mansion. The party had ended, so everyone dispersed and went their separate ways. On the way, Alester, the disagreeable Duke, mentioned to Kruel about running to him for support. At that time, he didn't know the reason for Kruel's actions, but after today's events, he understood. It turned out that Kruel wanted him to protect himself from his difficult younger brother, Dion Hart. Dion Hart stated that if that was the case, they were now on the same page and must eliminate the Emperor's dog, not just to help as a supporter, but because Dion Hart was actually a significant underground threat that needed to be eliminated for their faction's attempt to overthrow the king. Meanwhile, back at Arut's residence, just as Reenliner had brought him back to the mansion, he discovered that his house was engulfed in a fierce blaze. Shadow Knights were still standing around, making the situation even more serious. Arut pointed at them and shouted, "What are you doing here? Since when did my mansion become a livestock farm for you?" Before he could finish his sentence, a bomb landed neatly in his hand. Oh my, who's fooling around like this? Without a second thought, Arut immediately hurled it towards an empty spot quite far away. Just as it exploded, a revolutionary on the enemy side couldn't help but praise, "Truly a hero," returning the bomb unexpectedly accurately. But that's all he managed to say before collapsing to the ground, waiting for a dragon carriage to come and pick him up. At this point, his Shadow Knights finally displayed a fake smile, explaining that the revolutionary soldiers had thrown bombs into the mansion, so they were there to control them. Unfortunately, these words coincided with their accusations. Arut, feeling bored with his helplessness, tried to contain it and said, "Shadow Knights, you haven't been reorganized into the official knight squad of the royal family, have you? What happened that you were expelled?" The Shadow Knights knew their lies had been exposed but still refused to admit it, rushing up to cling to him and saying, "Our leader's house is our house, and everything belonging to the leader, except his wife, is ours too." Arut surveyed the devastated battlefield and silently calculated in his head. Previously, he had been ambushed on horseback, and now his house was under attack. It seemed the revolutionaries wanted to bring him down to his knees, but he didn't know what he had done to deserve such revenge. Suddenly, Arut's gaze caught two survivors trying to flee nearby. He was about to chase after them to gather some information when he noticed someone else had already taken care of it. "It's your job not to meddle with old men who should be retired." His steward rushed over like the wind, swiftly knocking one person to the ground and grabbing another by the collar. The leader of this ambush was captured. He was truly unwilling as everything had failed. He had heard about the three major obstacles to overthrowing the emperor: the supreme commander from the war 8 years ago, now the emperor's bodyguard. The second person stabilized the people's hearts with excellent policies and financial management, Prime Minister Dam. But the most difficult among the trio was the vanguard commander of the 8-year war, now often referred to as the Emperor's dog, Dion Hart. The leader of this current battle had been defeated but cursed loudly. "Even if we fail, the revolutionaries will never give up." Emperor's dog. "Oh, so you chose death." One of Arut's 4 close confidants under his command grabbed the noisy person by the mouth and said, "They have never wielded swords for the Empire. They fight for their leader." "Got it." The bloody seam struck the steward with a sigh in his head. The keeper of the information had been eliminated, and perhaps he would have to use the excuse of a dog bite to report back to his lord. A week later, the mansion's fire caused by the bombing by the revolutionary side had been neatly handled. The living arrangements of the loyal but tumultuous junior members had also been settled satisfactorily by the steward. After a period of chaos and fire dancing in the demon world, Arut now had to focus at his work desk to meet the KPI deadlines. Steward Remember had just brought some documents for him. After the tumultuous night seeing him handle 2 revolutionaries, Arut dared not oppose his work or suggest he rest. Arut was busy with a mountain of tasks when suddenly, loud cursing from outside caught his attention. "Yesterday you took all our provisions and destroyed our belongings. Is that why you're so worked up, little runt?" Arut paused, observing from afar those mouths that never seemed to tire, diving into a commotion that made his head ache. He had long suspected the strained relations between the Shadow Knights and the Luffy Knights, sent by the king. But enduring this was exhausting. Arut sighed, sat back at his desk, and continued to struggle through paperwork that never seemed to end. At that moment, news came that the Crown Prince and General Nemeses were visiting. He didn't understand their purpose, especially accompanied by Elphifius, who despised him intensely. Elphifius had a reason for his disdain. He had a lengthy conversation earlier with his sister at a tea party, seeing her visibly upset and wan. He asked her the reason and received a blunt answer. "Do you hate seeing her?" Surely he did. All of her efforts during this time had been in vain. Aletser, not satisfied, slammed the table and stood up, continuing to defend her difficult situation. "Do you acknowledge how beautiful I am? I'm a princess. I've never loved or pursued anyone, so I'm a bit clumsy." Elphifius was forced to listen to her words. However, when she insisted on apologizing herself, he immediately frowned and refused, explaining that no matter how his sister explained, Rumors would still spread when visiting the Duke's mansion or inviting him to the court. He disregarded how his sister explained the past and immediately exposed Aletia, saying she didn't love the Duke at all. His sister was just a great actress who created these events to deceive everyone. Faced with accusations he couldn't refute, the princess of the empire, who had previously feigned innocence, now removed her mask. She stated that she hadn't cared much, but because Arut was a pawn of the king, she would do everything. In front of everyone, she had already expressed her feelings for the Duke, so no noble could dream of their Duke anymore. Alphithius reached out to pat his sister's head and softly said, "You said so. But if you want to stop, you can stop any time." Ending that memory segment, he came near to confirm for his sister whether the Duke felt uncomfortable due to her rudeness, or was different from his enthusiasm. Arut's face now turned as green as a frog's butt, wondering what they were here for. He wondered if he needed to have a drink to talk to them more easily. Arut cut straight to the chase with a question, not knowing what brought them here today. Alphithius also got straight to the point, answering that he came today because there was something he wanted to discuss with him. General Nemeses coincidentally needed to meet, so they came together. Remembering his sister's plea, Alphithius decided to open with an apology. At the tea party, the princess had behaved quite rudely, and he had already given her a strict lesson, ensuring such incidents wouldn't happen again in the future. Seeing Arut smiling broadly, thinking it was just a small matter not worth mentioning, Alphithius felt somewhat relieved. Only then did he reveal their true purpose for coming today. They wanted to befriend him. Arut began sweating profusely, while the other person kept complaining that because he kept moving around, they couldn't meet. Added to being the crown prince, he couldn't do anything he wanted, which was why he used the excuse of the party to rush here and talk to him. "No matter what, I wouldn't dare do that to His Majesty." As soon as these words slipped out of his mouth, coincidentally, seeing the standard posture of drawing a sword and cutting off the neck of General Nemesis' people, Arut felt that this move was wrong. Therefore, he immediately corrected it. "Yes, sir," one person rumbled, thinking of a bright future, fighting swords, drinking tea, and having fun. And the other person's mouth opened in surprise. Prince Alphithius achieved his objective and happily left, leaving Arut alone to deal with General Nemeses. Arut's face grimaced as if he had lost a bag of rice, but fortunately, the general knew Arut always avoided him, so he got straight to the point without delaying like the prince. The general said His Majesty wanted to take over the revolution, which the Duke had caught for the purpose of capturing and eliminating completely. Of course, the one who caught him was the Duke, and if he didn't want to, he could refuse. Arut was so relieved that he immediately escorted the general downstairs and handed over the captured person for him to interrogate. Suddenly, General Nemeses abruptly changed the subject and mentioned the bombing incident. He received a report that included 3 names, but only one name was mentioned as crippled due to the explosion. The other name wasn't mentioned at all, so he was extremely eager to know what had happened to that person. General Nemeses, who had always disliked others, didn't arbitrarily discard them. In the 8-year war, it was the first time he had seen a noble brought in as a soldier. Normally, a child to survive had killed countless lives to the point of almost going crazy. He once said this when he saw Arut feeling disgusted with himself. No one can blame you for the way you chose to survive. However, you still have to endure the guilt of that choice. But one day, he suddenly realized that Arut's personality was beginning to split. The insane personality focused only on the need to live and participate in bloody battles, while the normal personality only remembered normal battles and everyday images. Whether before or now, pretend not to know anything, and push all the bad things onto the second personality before fleeing. Reality made him feel disgusted, because he had abandoned his humanity. He hoped Arut had changed, so he asked. But when Arut coldly said he had heard the other person had been bitten by a wild dog, he immediately felt like dismissing everything. Turning away with thoughts in his head, he was sure Arut was the one who had taken down that person with his nauseating personality. The person he hated. Just breathing was enough to feel hate. Arut woke up after a nap and found the steward standing in front of him. He initially thought he had just taken a brief rest, but ended up sleeping, only to be told that his weak body had fainted due to stress and pressure. To alleviate some of the pressure from his Duke, the steward made a suggestion. He asked Arut how he felt about ordering the Lot cavalry to go and eliminate monsters. Seeing Arut's contemplative expression, he continued, "I know the Duke will agree." There are two large monsters wandering near our territory, so we could send them there. This is a good opportunity. Arut agreed immediately to send them off. However, his joy was short-lived as he was eventually dragged along by those indifferent fellows who thought he was just sitting in his office all the time and needed some excitement in life. But what they didn't know was that besides that reason, Arut had a small conversation with the previous steward, Dreamweaver, who showed no attitude and calmly said, "If the Duke goes out, won't the mouse hiding in the mansion also follow? This old man would definitely catch that rat. Just let the Duke go outside to breathe, and then come back," he added. And so Arut was pulled here, preparing to fight with the large monsters ahead. They had just arrived, so the attack immediately began as ordered. The Shadow Knights eagerly displayed their strength and brutality, rushing forward to showcase their power. They fought over a monster, and even turned to invite Arut to join in for fun. Arut muttered that he missed his demon world brothers. Then suddenly his intuition warned him of something wrong. He turned around and coincidentally was struck by an arrow straight into his shoulder. Based on his judgment, he immediately thought someone had sent an assassin to assassinate him. His gaze changed instantly, startling even Liner when he saw it. He quickly ordered her to help remove the arrow. Next, he gathered the knights and urged them to move quickly. Liner, puzzled, immediately asked, "What kind of medicine is that, my lord?" Arut didn't hide it and straightforwardly said it was a forbidden drug that temporarily numbed sensation. Then he urged his horse towards the enemy, opening the battle. Arut appeared fierce and aggressive, kicking his horse to gain momentum, and then leaping towards the shooter, swiftly defeating him on the spot, the crazy dogs, as he often called them. At this moment, they simultaneously rushed in to sweep through the assassins. The battle raged fiercely. Arut ordered Liner to keep the captured assassin alive, then quickly joined in to engage with them after personally dispatching one enemy. Before his knights, Arut coldly dismissed the entire group. Even if mercy were granted, it wouldn't ensure survival. I've said it many times. Set aside guilt and use reason to distinguish friend from foe. Seeing a demonic army right before them, each face displaying clear malice, confusion spread among the hired killers. Some even began to scatter. They had chosen the wrong opponents out of mere greed. Now too late to turn back. Whenever Arut truly took the stage, it instilled such fear in the enemy ranks that they trembled. Seeing his comrades fallen one by one beneath their feet, Arut and his Shadow Knights, the leader of the assassins, couldn't help but mutter, "Are you the hero of the Empire?" In his mind, these individuals were no strangers to being called Knight Assassins, rather than Knights of Honor, their appearance more demonic than human. Arut plunged his dagger into the right chest of the assassin leader and said, "I don't fancy torture, so kindly speak up. Who is behind this action?" With no complaints from the Kingdom of Aeon, King Eduardo, dealing with internal matters, received this news from Prime Minister Arut. According to the information he relayed, Arut had eliminated the monsters near the border. However, they perceived this retaliatory action as a threatening invasion. Eduardo immediately deduced that the Kingdom of Aeon believed his country incapable of war due to the injured Duke. Placing his pen on the table, he calmly told the Chancellor, "Prepare for war immediately." The other two were startled upon hearing this. The Chancellor persistently advised him to reconsider. "Your Majesty, please think carefully. It's only been 2 years since the end of the war." But all his good intentions were brushed aside and choked by one cold statement. "I am a tyrant, after all." With that said, there was nothing more the Chancellor could do, but nod in agreement with the king. In his heart, the king was haunted by the responsibility he bore, feeling guilty for the murder of loved ones to gain the throne. However, soon enough, that action would become a shackle. In the future, everything he gained would soon come to an end due to the catastrophe it brought. The Prime Minister left to attend to his own concerns. At this moment, Eduardo turned to the general and asked if he had heard about the Church of Salvation yet. To him, this religious sect emerging in the slums was becoming increasingly influential. Therefore, it would be best to eliminate it before the conflict escalated. The target was Arut, whom he believed his duke could still manipulate, even while injured. Upon hearing this, General Nemeses immediately objected with a rather annoyed tone, advising the king against it. He considered Arut extremely dangerous, likely only seeking survival. However, the duke was cunning and had presented compelling arguments to sway the king, who decided not to employ Arut further. Eduardo wasn't surprised by this decision. He was an intelligent villain who vowed not to let any danger get close to him. In the past, when Arut came seeking vengeance against his family, he had let Arut go with the hero, allowing him to return with achievements under the guise of an imperial hero, fulfilling his own ambitions, partly because his family threatened his crown. Thus, there shouldn't be any surprises. The unexpected thing was Kruel returning home and discovering everything that could still survive. Eduardo paused here briefly before continuing. Regardless of the reason, Count Dion Hart had let his entire family flee, leaving only Kruel to confront his brother, whom he needed to rely on until Kruel was alive. Arut opened his eyes and realized he was standing in a place filled with blood and corpses of those he had slain. Thinking of his brutality and enjoyment in tearing apart enemies, the normally gentle Arut could only suffer and wished to reject such thoughts. Yet the fierce Arut appeared beside him, covering his view with his hands, telling him not to think about it. Even if he did, there was no escape. It wasn't something he had done. Arut woke from a dream almost identical to reality, stepping down from the horse with weariness and thoughts in his mind. Usually he couldn't remember anything when he woke up, but this time was different. If he didn't have a wound on his shoulder, he would have thought nothing existed and was just a nightmare. At the same time, in a secluded corner of the palace, the steward had just dealt with a spy when suddenly a carrier pigeon flew past in the sky. He immediately recognized its significance and ordered his subordinates to delay their plans and pursue the pigeon to uncover those behind it. Once this matter was settled, he hurried to Arut's location to report the recent events. On my way here, I apprehended a spy. I intended to capture him alive, but there was an incident en route. I apologize for the delay, he said. Arut, who had survived an assassination attempt, listened attentively. Considering the narrowed possibilities, he speculated that they could be revolutionaries, enemies of the royal family, or Duke Alester, leader of the aristocratic faction, with the latter posing the greatest threat. For safety, he suggested seeking the emperor's assistance. Arut sat quietly, contemplating. He had intended to seek the king to reclaim his territory before getting caught up in other matters. Thus, without further hesitation, he ran to the king's castle to relay his news. To his surprise, upon arrival, he found the king discussing state affairs with the duke, so he had to wait outside. At this moment, the imperial prince and princess appeared. They were now allies, so it was no surprise when they dragged Arut along to join their company. Arut felt trapped between the two siblings and suffered through a lively tea reception. Now Alphifius finally intervened in the main discussion, stating he didn't want to become emperor if the king were to abdicate because he regarded him as his true brother and only wished for Eduardo's happiness. The prince and princess were very obedient, as Arut had known early on. The current king was once the 9th prince in the past, who had murdered his siblings and their children. However, Arut couldn't fathom why these two grandchildren bore no animosity toward their uncle. Perhaps it was due to their grandfather, who had a close relationship with Eduardo. They were closer than family, so if the great prince were still alive, there wouldn't be Eduardo slaughtering his relatives and seizing the throne. Not knowing what Arut was thinking, they continued to gossip, asking him to help their king. Arut, who only wanted to retire, could no longer bear this political mess, and politely excused himself to use the restroom. Now only the two imperial princes and the nobles opposed to the emperor remained. They were transitioning from negotiations to coercion. Alphifius casually dropped a sugar cube into his tea and continued, expressing concern over when they might exploit vulnerabilities and take action against him, forcing him to do things he didn't want. Therefore, he needed to swiftly prepare countermeasures. He insisted that within the empire, there must be a loyal faction firmly aligned with the emperor. He hoped the duke would continue to support them, but if anything obstructed them, even from within the royal family, they would deal with it decisively. Hastily exiting the politically charged conversation with the two princes, Arut wandered off in search of a restroom. Each time he came here, he only encountered the king briefly before leaving, so he wasn't familiar with the layout. Coincidentally, he spotted a stranger clutching a bundle of documents emerging from a room. Arut eagerly approached, intending to inquire about the location. Aware that most people feared him, he tried to present the most gentle smile possible to seek assistance. However, to his surprise, his seemingly harmless smile appeared unnervingly inhumane to the other person, intimidating him deeply. Startled, The man quickly drew a knife and lunged at Arut in self-defense. Arut instinctively dodged, causing the attacker to barely graze his shoulder before stumbling and falling to the ground. The man with long hair and a disheveled face turned out to be a spy. After numerous failed attempts, he had managed to obtain this bundle of documents. Caught off guard, he found himself facing Dion Hart, realizing that even if he tried to escape, he had no chance of survival. Thus, he pondered his next move, regretting his unlucky timing. Stealing without properly setting up an offering for the ancestors meant he hadn't had time to flee or fight before Kruel appeared. Arut, witnessing the man who had just attacked him being swiftly restrained and lifted up by his older brother, was left dumbfounded. Unconsciously, he muttered a single word, "Impressive," which chilled the atmosphere. Immediately, Duke Alester stepped forward from a distance, gracefully bending down to pick up the scattered papers from the ground. He casually remarked, "These seem to be important documents of the royal family. Even while waiting for an audience with His Majesty, one can catch a spy." Arut grimaced due to a sudden stomachache, exclaiming, "Oh my, I didn't do anything. I just came here to ask for directions, and now I'm credited with this." More people arrived, including Prince Elphifius, who upon arrival immediately addressed the Duke. "We waited and waited but didn't see you return, so we were concerned and wet-looking. Unexpectedly, we found our new friend here with a nosebleed. I was very worried, so I shouted for someone to call the doctor." Kruel, observing from the side, speculated that Arut might have been injured while subduing the spy. The Duke nodded, adding, "There's a high possibility his weapon was poisoned." In the distance, the doctor, having been summoned, hurriedly arrived with his medical kit. He was initially eager to help, but was left speechless upon seeing Arut. At a previous banquet, he had been summoned under similar circumstances, when rumors of the Duke being in danger circulated. Unfortunately, upon arrival, instead of finding a patient, he was surrounded by irate high-ranking individuals who berated him for his tardiness, feeling as though each visit aged him 10 years due to the stress. After quickly examining the superficial wound, the doctor awkwardly diagnosed it as nothing serious, thankfully confirming it was shallow as predicted. Just as he finished, Prince Elphifius rebuked him with a slap on the face, exclaiming, "What's this? Why is there so much blood? Have you checked properly? Or are you being negligent?" He blamed it on a curse from the Demon King. From a distance, General Nemeses approached and expressed his suspicion. "He doesn't seem to like you much," addressing Arut disdainfully as he observed the gathering crowd. Frowning, he relayed the king's message. His Majesty wishes to summon the Honorable Duke Dion Hart for a discussion. With that, the situation continued to deteriorate with each passing moment. The crowd accompanying the Duke approached the waiting horse-drawn carriage. Inside, the Duke recalled the contents of a paper he had inadvertently read earlier. Although the king had declared no intention to wage war, through that snippet of information, he could still discern that plans were being made. His aim was to overthrow the tyrant, and he would seize this opportunity to play his hand in achieving his goal. In his office, King Eduardo stared intently at Arut and asked, "You look troubled. Have you been seriously injured from apprehending spies?" Arut bowed his head, sweat dripping, and replied nonchalantly, "No, it's nothing." But inwardly, he was rushing to justify himself, preoccupied with evading the crowd and the doctor he had forgotten about. Returning to why Arut was present, King Eduardo promptly inquired about his business. Arut quickly responded, "Regarding Territory H, I must decline any requests for its return or similar demands." The king showed little interest in letting Arut finish, bluntly dismissing him. Unperturbed, Arut moved on to his second request, the return of the Knight Luffy to his former position, only to be rejected again. On his third attempt, Arut boldly stated his desire to resign, yet again met with refusal. Arut lamented his ill fate. Whether in the demon or human world, no king seemed willing to grant him rest. Suddenly, Eduardo spoke up, offering a deal. "If you accept my request, I will grant one of your wishes." He handed Arut a paper explaining the establishment of a new religion by rogue gods, actively operating in the slums. The mission at hand was to eradicate them. To sweeten the deal, Eduardo promised that either Arut or his older brother, Kruel, would complete the task, and the one who finished first would have his wish granted. Arut placed the paper containing the information in his pocket and solemnly replied, "I will fulfill the mission first." He returned home to the mansion and immediately immersed himself in his work. Before long, Nightliner arrived with news of the religious sect, handing him a paper containing the gathered information. She mentioned that they were distributing free bread and water to gather followers in the slums. Unlike other sects, they didn't demand faith in a leader or money, but preached only one message: believe in salvation. The steward, remember, voiced his thoughts upon hearing. If they're distributing free provisions, it's already costing a considerable amount from the outset. Maintaining such an operation, even with the assistance of a few nobles, entails a significant sum. It's difficult for anyone to manage. Arut, having received some information, abruptly stood up. I've just had tea and medicine. Plus a slew of matters have besieged me since afternoon. I can't afford to indulge in personal matters right now. Let's set everything aside and prioritize my well-being first. Unexpectedly, Liner misunderstood and eagerly exclaimed, "So the Duke intends to handle this personally. Going alone is very dangerous, so I'll accompany you." Arut, bewildered, asked, "What's going on? Where are you going?" The clueless girl replied, "To the rescue church, of course." Arut felt as if struck by lightning, unable to comprehend what was happening until he found himself standing at the entrance of the rescue church's stronghold. Unable to let this continue, Arut quickly donned his cloak and hurriedly told the female knight, "Liner, wait here for me. Don't follow." Seeing the Duke's troubled expression, Liner insisted on accompanying him for protection. However, to their surprise, they found no one around after rushing into the residential area to seek shelter. Arut, pitifully, found himself resurrected once again, just for a simple trip to the bathroom, yet still not at peace. Indeed, the bladder was the most troublesome part of his body. On the way back to the rendezvous point with Liner, Arut coincidentally encountered Kruel at this location. Suddenly, his body convulsed, forcing him to vomit a large mouthful of blood. "Brother!" Kruel seized the opportunity to rush forward for an attack, but Arut managed to defend himself in time with a dagger. Kruel's eyes glinted maliciously as he remarked that injuring just one arm would make Arut more obedient. Arut thought he was referring to the shoulder wound from the spy's attack, but Kruel unexpectedly squeezed hard on his left shoulder, where Arut had previously been shot with arrows by the assassins. Realizing that Kruel had personally dealt with those who had injured him before, Arut felt truly challenged in this hand-to-hand combat. Amidst the struggle, Liner suddenly appeared. Seeing her master trying to conceal his injuries to continue fighting, she couldn't bear it and rushed forward to confront Kruel, determined to protect Arut. Arut also desired to defeat Kruel, but in his current condition, even if both of them charged at him simultaneously, they would merely be stepping stones beneath the feet of that hero. Sensing Kruel had no intention of fighting, Arut casually continued advancing forward. Suddenly, Kruel spoke to Dion Hart. "If you interfere in this matter, you'll be in danger." Arut retorted, "What nonsense! You sent someone to assassinate me, and now you're concerned." Regardless, he thanked his brother sarcastically and smeared dirt on his face. Seeing Liner stunned, he urged her to join him. Despite being nobles, they both had to fight when called upon. This mission was assigned to both Arut and Kruel, and time was running short. Arut couldn't afford to wait any longer, so he instructed Liner to hide the sword while he sneaked in to investigate. Outside the rescue church, a woman stood guard. Arut approached confidently, but Kruel intervened, engaging him in conversation. Arut, buoyant with hope for victory, took a few steps before suddenly twisting his ankle, causing him to stumble forward and roll clumsily until he stopped right in front of her. Arut cried out, feeling humiliated and wishing to die immediately. Such a fall was too shameful to bear. The girl, seeing him fall flat on his face, hurried over to inquire, "Are you so hungry that you've lost all strength? How did you get injured? Can you get up?" Arut struggled to sit up, about to reassure her that he was fine, when he unexpectedly vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. A perfect touch of realism. Liner watched her master, whom several rescue church members rushed to help from afar, moved to tears by the portrayal of a poor, afflicted youth. Arut didn't need an Oscar. The Oscars needed Arut. Seeing everything unfold, the girl quickly proceeded to put her plan into action. However, she was promptly rejected outright, citing that today's converts were sufficient. After giving Liner a loaf of bread and some water, she hurriedly closed the door. The girl working at the rescue church's real name was Lin. She could see Liner's strength that couldn't be hidden. Moreover, from her gestures and words, suspicions arose that she was a noble investigating this church. No matter how Arut looked, he seemed more trustworthy because, in her mind, he was starving to the point of not being able to walk. With his arm injured and spitting up blood like that, undoubtedly from the slums. Alice was given some water, and Arut successfully infiltrated inside, confidently striking up a conversation with the woman standing there. I heard we'd receive a meal if we came here. Is that true? But what about money? Silent nodded, assuring that no money would be taken and more food would be brought, so he could relax as if at home without worry. The girl stared at him intently, suddenly asking if he felt uncomfortable anywhere. Seeing suspicion on her face, Arut, fearing being recognized, quickly pulled down his cloak to cover his eyes. But before he could escape, the opponent grabbed his face to inspect closely. Their eyes turned red, activating the second technique called crocodile tears. Arut pretended to suffer, recounting that his red eyes were disliked by everyone. Even his family abandoned him because of this distinctive appearance. This melodramatic scenario was a success for the handsome man. Silent hastily clarified that she didn't mean to demean him, acting that way only because she noticed his red eyes, like someone named Dion Hart. Returning to the main point, Silent told him about the religion established to save those oppressed by the laws of the tyrant Kruel. She blamed all misfortune on the king, even suggesting that Arut's fall could be because he didn't properly pave the path. Arut tossed aside those philosophies in his mind and directly asked the main question, so who will save me? He expected to elicit good news, but she replied that it would be clear when he became a devout follower. While Arut wandered inside to investigate the rescue church, Liner sneaked around to the back courtyard of the church, seeking a sudden entry point. She overheard the girl from earlier talking to a guard, mentioning an intruder. If he's not a hero, I'll hold him responsible and fire him. Consider yourself lucky, she said. Liner panicked upon hearing the mention of a hero, worried to the point of trembling, rushing like a bull to burst through the main door to save Arut. Amidst the swirling dust, she shouted, "Where's my lord?" Her intent was clear. After a satisfying meal, Arut began to roam around to gather clues. He spotted an open window and leaped through it, entering a rather peculiar room. He muttered to himself, "Is this the prayer room? It looks quite unusual." Suddenly, a group of people barged in, led by the parish priest who noticed the open window and sternly warned others to stay vigilant. He suspected someone was deliberately interfering with their redemption process, while the churchgoers were still unaware and continued with their rites. Behind the curtain, Arut was gagged by someone. Both he and Kruel witnessed a woman approach a wall and pull aside a large curtain. She then explained that only devout followers could enter this room to hear more detailed explanations of redemption. Initially, the wall seemed quite ordinary, but within a second, it emitted a bright light and twisted like a magical portal. Following her instructions, the attendees began to step through this gateway. After a while, only Arut and Kruel remained in the room, having separated from his brother and scolded him for following him round. Arut approached the wall he had just seen and prepared to examine it. Suddenly, his hand touched a securely embedded stone on the wall. He recognized this as something he had heard about. When paying a fair price, humans could create phenomena resembling magic. This method was performed by humans, but not everyone could use it, especially witches. Arut wanted to leave immediately to avoid exposure, but Kruel was also present. He feared that leaving would allow the other person to achieve what he wanted. As Arut hesitated, unsure whether to leave or stay, the door suddenly swung open. Kruel, hiding behind the curtain, and Arut, crouching under the table with a pounding heart, were nearly caught off guard. The guard of this place hadn't yet noticed their presence and ran towards the wall, loudly exclaiming to a stone, "Silent! Did you hear me? There's an intruder looking for his master, causing a commotion outside the church." Before the guard could clarify what was happening, another door slammed open. Liner stormed in like a starving tiger, continuously asking where her lord was. Arut muttered under his breath, "This little enemy surely acts like an enemy on the battlefield. Not afraid of strong foes, just scared of my idiotic teammates." He had instructed her to quietly follow him, but now she was making such a ruckus. Arut, his face pale as a ghost, stayed hidden under the table, not daring to make a sound. He silently thought, "I thought she was the most normal among those around me, But now, I understand why Liner can control those crazy dogs. On the other side of the wall, Lin recognized the voice of the girl causing chaos. A knight coincidentally searching for his master, a poor man with red eyes, had arrived here at the same time. Surely that was Dion Hart. Though she didn't know how, Kruel had just sneaked into this room. Selin said to him, "I don't know what you intend to do, but I won't overlook it. The Duke must have sent you here to test you, right? You've received essential information from the Duke, both of you working for Duke Alester Star. Previously, he gave you a map of the rescue church base and instructed you, Kruel, to end this game in the safest way possible. Currently, she too was on her own mission, so all she could do was not call the guards." Selin bluntly stated, "I will reinforce the protection before Dion Hart infiltrates here. Find your way out. I hope you won't disappoint the Duke, as you still seek our victory." With that, Lin returned to the followers to continue the prayer session. While Arut watched as the guard was knocked out by Liner, he quickly emerged from his hiding spot. The stone attached to the wall no longer emitted light, indicating that they might have been discovered. So he urged the female knight to quickly escape with him. Unexpectedly, Liner suddenly knelt down in a ceremonial manner and said to him, "I deeply admire your caution, to the extent of burying myself in filth and lowering my honor for the mission's sake. From now on, I swear to obey you to the end of my life, following all orders, and when it doesn't conflict with the Duke's desires." A knight's oath took place in a somewhat difficult situation, but Arut accepted it because it didn't harm him in the slightest. After completing the ritual, he instructed her to retreat with him. To search properly, they needed senior knights and a talented wizard to uncover the secrets within this room. Despite having a plan, 3 days had passed without finding any wizard with real power in the Empire, causing him to worry about the urgent timeline. At that moment, the steward rushed in and reported that he had just found a wizard village not far from their location, a day's journey away. Arut, along with a few of his knights, eagerly set out. Little did they expect that when they arrived, Kruel had already beaten them there by a step. Not only that, but misfortune struck as a stone flew straight into Arut's head, drawing blood. The stone thrower was an elderly woman who, upon seeing Arut, angrily shouted, "Danger has come to us. We must drive him away. No, we must kill him and get him out of this village." The kind-hearted villagers didn't want trouble, but provoked it nonetheless. Arut, in his fierce demeanor, immediately laughed aloud and approached the woman, questioning her in return. "Is the danger I pose more akin to a demon than the danger you see?" Arut didn't understand what was happening, but knew that the old woman seemed extremely hostile towards him. Suddenly, her husband intervened, grabbing Arut's hand tightly and saying, "You must not hate anyone or anything. Otherwise, an unstoppable disaster will occur." Such provocative behavior from someone who had just thrown a stone at his head, and then preached about not hating anyone, baffled Arut. He quickly withdrew his hand, silently considering abandoning his plan and heading south to find another person if the old woman turned out to be a witch. At that moment, a girl approached to restrain her hot-tempered grandmother. She saw Arut preparing to leave and quickly spoke up. "Wait, I've been waiting for you." She then introduced herself as Rain, the granddaughter of the woman who had spoken to him earlier. She apologized to Arut for everything that had happened, and then asked if he was here to find a witch. Rain identified herself as a witch who could see the future, which is how she knew Arut would come to their village and would need a witch to resolve matters related to the sacrificial altar. She emphasized, "If you take me with you, you might achieve your goal. What can be better than this?" Arut was delighted, immediately took her with him as quickly as possible, and waited until his group had left. Only then did Kruel arrive at the old woman's location, needing to confirm a few things. Suddenly, the old woman was completely different from before, displaying an extremely gentle attitude, and embracing him, saying, "My child is also here now. Let me hold whichever child you are." Kruel was stunned, not understanding why the old woman was acting this way. She continued, reassuring him, "My child has been through a lot, but don't worry, I never hate my own child. A creature that isn't loved cannot survive long. You need to live long and win the battle. Let's see who will live longer. I hope you win." She referred to him as the child who would start the end of the world. But if he won, that wouldn't happen, and disaster could be prevented. She cautioned him carefully. "If you step into the door of death or wish to die, You must make sure to kill the other one before leaving this world. Kruel immediately drew his sword and rebuked her for going too far. He stated firmly that he would handle his own affairs, even without her words. Arut had already planned for survival from the outset. On the way, Arut and Rain continued talking to each other when suddenly a young man, who seemed to be from the village, appeared in their path. Rain spoke. Even though we cannot disclose details about destiny and the future, at least I can reveal to you that hatred is like a volcano for you. It may start small but quickly grows until it engulfs everything around. And that boy there is like a bomb, ready to explode at any moment. The youth approached Arut and introduced himself as Jang, expressing his desire to accompany him, because he had long known that in the future he would be able to help. A bit about this boy named Jang. When he was young, one day his grandmother, after seeing the future, became extremely fearful. She pointed accusingly at Jang, loudly cursing him. You are a wretched child who will cause disaster. You are the willing helper of calamity. At that time, Jang was just a child and didn't understand her words. But since then, the villagers began to change their attitudes towards him. Even the children threw dirt at Jang, believing him to be the puppet of disaster, always pushing him away from the village for fear of being affected. His friends and neighbors, even his own grandmother, who used to laugh and talk cheerfully, now turned their backs on him, as if everything before had been a deception due to an unfounded prophecy. In Jang's thoughts, resentment slowly began to build up. He swore that if they wanted everything to turn out like this, he would become the indispensable right hand of calamity, always harboring hatred. Jang had waited and endured contempt for a long time, until finally, today, he saw the one called calamity in that prophecy. However, when Arut agreed to let him accompany them and return to the mansion, Jang wasn't given any responsibilities other than sitting and waiting there. Arut did this for a reason. Earlier, Jang had admitted that he had no combat experience, so there was no other choice but to make that request. Partly because it wasn't suitable, and partly because Arut didn't fully trust the intentions of this young man. For now, it would be better to keep him on guard like this, rather than taking him straight into a battlefield full of dangers. That night, the Church of Salvation was raided by Luffy's cavalry. Prior to this, Arut had instructed his knights to set fire to scout the area and kill anyone suspicious, emphasizing the need for vigilance to avoid harming innocent people. Therefore, he did not allow them to use drugs during their mission. Previously, the Shadow Knights believed that sweeping through everything would suffice. However, during the actual battle amidst the chaotic scene filled with cries of the disabled, elderly, and children losing their homes in aid, wiping out a group of cultists seemed like a salvation in disguise, causing them to hesitate when raising their swords. To the destitute people in the slum, the Knights of Baron Dion Hart appeared to be the enemy, a despotic regime that was the reason for their lives, thus becoming an additional target. In another, quieter place, Arut, Rain, and Liner stood before what was thought to be a secret room. Rain carefully felt the wall for a moment, then suddenly expressed extreme astonishment, saying it wasn't an enchantment but magic hidden in the form of enchantment. Once calmer, she began using her abilities to decode its basic structure, requesting a little time from Arut, whose capable work soon proved highly effective in dissolving the magical array. A gateway-like structure then appeared before everyone's eyes. All were eager to step through, but on the other side of the magical gate, another identical room awaited, differing only in the presence of 5 magical arrays and a large circle in the center. Rain pointed to the ground, voicing her suspicion that what lay ahead was related to the door. To ensure safety, Liner took the lead as the guide, cautiously approaching the wooden door and opening it. Everyone held their breath in anxious anticipation, unsure of what awaited them beyond. Unexpectedly, it led to a dense forest in the form of enchantment. Rain suspected that the villains intentionally created another space, thus requiring the door to be opened according to a special rule to reach the actual room. Behind the straightforward explanation was the necessity for a specific action to allow them to be transported to it. While Rain needed 10 minutes to figure out how to unlock the magic array, Arut paced anxiously back and forth, fearing that his troublesome older brother would interfere with their plans. Liner noticed his master's unease and decided to bring a chair over, covering it with a towel. Just as Rain turned around to invite Arut to sit, she realized he had vanished. Few things are scarier than a villain with 1,000 bits of luck and a knack for foul play. Arut instantly teleported to a strange room, facing Kruel holding a bundle of torches outside the church and amidst the slum crowd. Sillin discreetly ran off towards the forest with a stack of documents, ensuring Arut's failure with each action. Arut looked at Kruel with extreme dissatisfaction and said, "No matter where you get your information, you're quick. You deliberately started this conversation, yet you didn't say a word. Suddenly, like a fly, you dropped the torch and scattered the files on the ground. See, all the information you wanted to have burned to ashes." Arut was furious, wanting to rush into the fire to retrieve them, but Kruel timely intervened, lifting Arut onto his shoulders. "Without alcohol, you're as weak as a snail. Even if you scream and struggle, it's useless," Kruel said as Arut's blood rushed to his head more with every punch. Eventually, he vaguely guessed who was behind everything, and who these saviors of the church were, aside from the royals, who wielded the greatest power, represented the color purple, and could make Kruel obey. Besides the wretched Alester, of course. Indignantly realizing that he had been missiled from the beginning, Arut punched Kruel and cursed him. "You must be thrilled to see me turn into a clown, aren't you, you bastard?" He continued screaming until blood oozed out of his mouth. Kruel walked straight out and threw Arut back to Liner before leaving. He glared at Arut and warned, "If you want to live, don't utter a word about what you've seen." The story of the rescue mission was complete. Arut lay on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages. Recalling the moment he met his older brother in that room, he happened to see his brother slip a roll of paper into his clothes, guessing that the document had certainly been taken and that everything was orchestrated by them. Even the document was hidden by them, making the victory clear. As he lay on the bed recovering, lamenting the whole time, Liner stepped in to inform him that Rain had just left a few minutes ago. "Oh, I have something to ask her. That's unfortunate," Arut said. Hearing this, Liner inquired, "What do you intend to ask her?" In Arut's mind, he wanted to ask Rain if there was any witchcraft that could curse Kruel, but who would say such a thing in front of a girl? So, he made up the excuse that he wanted to ask her how to break an enchantment in less than 10 minutes. Liner chuckled and replied, "If you mean how to enter the secret room, that was entirely thanks to you, Master." To explain clearly, at that moment, Arut had created a counterclockwise circle 3 times and a clockwise circle twice, which caused him to be immediately teleported. He rolled his eyes, thinking about the ridiculous luck of simply pacing back and forth to stumble upon such fortune. Speaking of Rain, Liner mentioned that before she left, she had left a letter, now with the butler. But if Arut wanted to see it, she would fetch it immediately. Butler, remember, appeared just as his name was mentioned, carrying a tray of hot tea, saying quickly as he entered, "Are you all talking about the note? Here it is. Also, you have a guest." A royal soldier stepped out from behind, remember, saluted in military fashion, and conveyed the message that he had come to escort Arut to the palace under the king's orders. While Arut was on his way to the royal palace, in the grand and luxurious room of Eduardo, he awoke startled from a persistent nightmare. Since Eduardo became emperor, he had never had a peaceful night's sleep. Before his eyes, the souls of those he had killed drifted in the form of negative-colored specters, continuously moaning in resentment. "Eduardo, I hate you," they cursed, questioning why he was still living well. These ghosts were cursing him, with one blackened hand madly choking him, wanting to drag the tyrant down with them. Crown Prince Elphifius suddenly burst in, coming to inform that the Hart Count brothers had arrived. But seeing the king possessed by spirits, he was a bit startled. Worried, he asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right? You don't look well. You must have had another nightmare. Shall I call the royal physician?" "The wicked ones live comfortably," Eduardo muttered, glaring at an indistinct spot and then snapping, "You're a bit annoying, Elphifius." Hearing this, Elphifius turned his head, following his uncle's gaze, but there was no one else in the spacious room. He became anxious and blurted out his thoughts. "Your Majesty, are you hallucinating?" Eduardo patted his head to dispel the throbbing pain. Seeing his nephew insist on calling the doctor, he sighed and lied that he was just overly exhausted from the war preparations. "It's nothing serious that would affect my life," he reassured. Elphifius didn't believe him. He had seen this many times before and bluntly exposed the truth. "How can you act like there's no problem? Your Majesty is hallucinating. How long do you intend to feel guilty? You compensated the families of the deceased and cared for each one who died. While changing his clothes, Eduardo denied these accusations, attributing his condition to a mental illness. However, he acknowledged that if it weren't for him, those people would still be alive. His decisions from the 8-year war caused their sacrifices, whether they were allies or enemies. Yet he was used to this moral burden, and didn't think he would easily succumb to it. After making the Hart brothers wait for quite a while, it was finally time for Eduardo to allow them to meet him. Standing beside his sworn enemy and facing those who pretended to be amicable, Arut observed Eduardo's expression and suspected something was amiss. Suddenly, Eduardo looked at him and unexpectedly commented, "I heard the honorary count displayed rather unruly behavior." Oh my! The protagonist's inner turmoil was filled with storms due to being reprimanded, but outwardly he only mumbled an apology. Arut was extremely worried, but he had no idea that the king was merely recounting the information he had received and not assigning blame. The results of this mission were already in, and Kruel was granted a wish. Therefore, Eduardo had to keep his word and ask what he desired. Kruel had planned this from the start, so he immediately said, "I want to claim ownership of the lands that the honorary Count Arut currently possesses." As these lands belonged to Arut, the king wanted to ask him what he thought about this matter. "If I were honest, I would say those are my lands, and I don't want to give them to this jerk," Arut thought, but in this situation, he could only feign politeness and say something against his conscience. "It is indeed a burden for me. I would be pleased if my brother took over." Seeing Arut's stubbornness and his insistence on returning the territory, the king agreed to Kruel's wish. However, Eduardo still wanted Kruel to have a title to receive the lands rather than blatantly laundering money. Eduardo expressed his opinion, "Since your family exists, it is impossible for you to have another title. Either you give up the Hart family name and receive a new title with a different name, or you become the head of the family. What do you choose?" Arut was stunned by the question. The first time he met the king after the 8-year war ended, he was asked the same thing. Back then, the question was, "I will support you wholeheartedly, so why don't you become the head of the Hart family?" At that time, he had firmly refused, wanting to remember his rage and desire for revenge until everything was over. Then, he was granted the title of honorary count, giving him a legitimate status to carry out those wrongful acts. A unique title that could not be conferred on anyone else unless he died. Currently, Kruel was experiencing something similar, so Arut genuinely hoped his brother would accept the position of family head. Only then could he freely carry out his plans with everyone in the Hart family. "I do not wish to become the family head, nor do I want to abandon my family name," Kruel said, standing straight as he refused, just like Arut had done. The Hart family, with its long history, still had 2 descendants, Arut and Kruel. However, the head position had always been vacant. Despite racking his brain, Arut could not understand why his brother would give this up. Last time it was the younger brother, and now it's the older brother. Eduardo sighed in exasperation. He decided to transfer all the assets temporarily to Duke Alester. When Kruel wished to take over management, Alester would hand them back. The matter of the lands was resolved, and Arut was excited, thinking he would get to go home. Unexpectedly, the king grabbed him and held him back. Arut's face was drenched in sweat, thinking the king was keeping him to scold him after the meeting. But to Arut's surprise, Eduardo saw him as a young man displeased about losing his property. Without wasting any time, Eduardo got straight to the point. "I plan to initiate a war. The elimination of the church was timely. The kingdom of Ion is causing too much noise, and it's intolerable." However, Eduardo's main goal wasn't just that small kingdom. He wanted Arut to hold the demon kingdom in his hands. Since his objective was to unify the continent, he needed Arut to stay beside the demon king, to ensure they wouldn't interfere with the war. "Is the Hart property enough of a reward for you?" Alester, flipping through documents, bluntly asked. Seeing Arut nod in agreement, Alester smirked and then abruptly changed his attitude. "I hope you're not taking Hart's property for your benefit," he told Arut, suggesting he was trying to regain his status. Kruel maintained his stance, confirming that apart from the land, he had no other desires. Alester was taken aback for a few seconds, then laughed, thinking he was being overly sensitive due to the upcoming meeting. In front of a suspicious person like Duke Alester, Kruel had indeed lied. He just wanted his younger brother to get a fair outcome after the church incident and then retreat. But it seemed Arut realized that Alester was the one behind everything. Kruel was doing everything he could because he couldn't imagine what would happen if the Duke found out. He had to protect this at all costs. If Alester discovered that Arut knew he was behind everything, he would surely demand Kruel to eliminate his brother. After Arut returned, a meeting between the king and the nobles was immediately held. Eduardo had been planning this for a long time, so as soon as he arrived, he got straight to the point. Let's get to the matter at hand. I will declare war in 3 days. These words caused the nobles present to jump in shock. One stood up and asked directly, "It's only been 2 years since you declared the end of the war. Why are we starting a new one now?" Eduardo listened intently, and then seriously explained that the peace they currently enjoyed was because no kingdom dared to confront them. However, some had forgotten that fear over the past 2 years. The injury to Dion Hart, the honorary Duke of the Empire, had spurred other kingdoms to entertain thoughts of attacking. Many heroes had been born and lost in the previous war, leaving only 3 remaining, with Dion Hart being the most renowned and well-known. He knew that Arut's existence exerted significant pressure on other kingdoms, and was certain that Arut was the ace up their sleeve. At this point, Eduardo's face suddenly turned cold. He spoke frankly, "But this continent should know that the Empire is not just Dion Hart alone." The meeting grew more heated, with continuous voices arguing that war breaking out now was too soon, especially since the revolutionary forces had not been completely cleared, making it too dangerous to start a war due to internal turmoil. Eduardo lifted his teacup to his lips and took a sip before continuing, acknowledging that what they said was not wrong. However, he emphasized that the empire belonged to him. If the nobles here had accepted to serve, they should focus on their duties rather than meddling in feudal matters. With that said, the meeting came to an end. Although other nobles wanted to oppose, the king's decision had been made, so they could only reluctantly leave. However, as Duke Alester stood up to prepare to leave, Eduardo unexpectedly drew his sword and pointed it directly at the Duke's throat. In a near whisper, he asked, "Do you think I am a fool?" He hinted at some interesting rumors that were circulating. Eduardo then shifted his tone to recount what the common people said about a cruel king and a duke seen as a savior. He referred to himself as a calamity rather than a disaster, capable of sweeping an entire region alone, showing no hesitation to level it further if necessary. Despite this display of power, Duke Alester remained unshaken, knowing that the king wouldn't dare to kill him. "Go ahead, try it," he challenged, confident that the king wouldn't risk sparking a war if the nobles began to resist. Knowing his own greed, Eduardo wanted his piece of the pie as well. Duke Alester emerged victorious from the verbal duel, and after Eduardo finished speaking without a rebuttal, the stern king couldn't refute. He turned and walked away, his loud proclamation fading in the aristocratic world where noble power was just as formidable as that of the kings. That night, Arut prepared everything to return to the Demon King. As he was about to give some instructions to the butler and leave alone, a group of knights led by Luffy arrived in a massive swarm, shouting as they galloped their horses, "How can you leave without a proper farewell? Are you planning to leave us behind and go away?" Arut was stunned for 2 seconds. Then he quickly told his butler to hold them back and ran off madly. Remember, seeing the aggressive group chasing his master like mad dogs, sighed deeply. "He's left another tough task for this old man again," he muttered. Despite his complaints, he grabbed one of the knights with one hand and threw him off his horse effortlessly, causing the horse to run wildly and crash into others, leading to a chaotic pileup behind. The man, now dangling in Remember's hand, cried out, "At least ensure the king doesn't send us back. The king is terrifying." Remember stood aside, watching the knights flailing on the ground, refusing to leave, and couldn't help but laugh. Far away on a high tree, a member of the Revolutionary Army was secretly observing. Although Remember noticed his presence, by the time he turned around, the man had already left. Clicking his tongue, Remember mumbled to himself, "Oh my, I didn't think they would let you leave peacefully, master. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is having an emergency meeting." A nobleman of Jai rank asked again, "You mean we shouldn't take action until the Empire has taken at least half of the continent?" Seeing Duke Alester nod in acknowledgement, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Daniel, felt uneasy, but wanted to know the reason. Alester placed his teacup down and explained, "When the war reaches its peak and the Empire can no longer stop it at will, that will be your opportunity." He elaborated further, "When the battle reaches the middle stage and the Empire is struggling to replenish its lost forces, most of the military strength will be gathered from various places, including the royal palace." Upon hearing this, Daniel immediately understood that it meant their actions would not be easily detected, no matter how reckless they might be. As the two men were plotting their betrayal, someone ran in to inform them that Arut had just left on a mission under the king's secret orders, as a reward for the financial contributions and assistance from the Duke. Daniel said he would immediately issue orders to send someone to follow the Count. Alester nodded in satisfaction, showing no signs of objection. With his cunning mind, he knew that the Revolutionary Army agents sent would be silently eliminated by the Empire's knights. However, this didn't matter, as everything was going according to plan, and those agents would eventually be taken down by his subordinate, Kruel. This was just a small ploy to eliminate all obstacles, so his side could openly monitor and investigate where the Empire's orders were leading Arut. At the castle of the Demon King, Ririnil and her assistant were gazing at the moon and lamenting. "When will Lord Arut return? I miss him so much." That constellation looks so much like Lord Arut. Suddenly, she sensed a presence at the western wall, suspecting someone's arrival. She quickly mounted her broom and flew off without telling anyone. From above, Ririnil saw the figure of the young man she had been longing for, and was overjoyed. She immediately descended to surprise him, landing with a crash that created a small crater. Smiling brightly, she said, "Lord Arut, it's been a long time. How was your mission?" Arut was internally shocked, feeling faint and on the verge of collapse, but outwardly, he stood still, frozen. Ririnil, oblivious to his internal turmoil, began to stammer, explaining that she was merely asking for his perspective, not prying into his mission. Hearing this, Arut responded casually, "It was exhausting. I found some people who had established a false religion and blindly believed in it. Unfortunately, this information was useless to Ririnil, who misunderstood and started rambling, gradually elevating him to a divine status worthy of worship. Fortunately, Ririnil knew where to draw the line. Seeing that Arut had arrived, she guessed that he was looking for the Demon King. She directed him to the central courtyard of the Demon Realm, where the Demon King was hosting kings and queens from other races besides demons. There they were discussing the impending war. Someone spoke up, saying that the goal was to conquer the entire continent, and that the kingdom of Ion was just the first target. The king of a minor tribe expressed concern that once the Empire conquered the entire continent, their ultimate target would be this place. The Demon King looked towards the approaching figure, and upon seeing Arut, he stood up excitedly and introduced him to everyone. "I have good news. My subordinate who was sent to the human world has returned." "Arut," he immediately asked, "how was your trip? I have a few questions I need you to answer, so you came back just in time. I heard that the Empire attacked the kingdom of Ion. The Emperor's goal is to conquer the entire continent, right?" As Arut was talking to the Demon King, the Elven King suddenly interjected with a somewhat irritated tone. "I've heard about this agent of the Demon King, but do you really think that this human is trustworthy?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Not only the Elven King, but the other three leaders also showed the same discriminatory attitude. Criticizing the Demon King's subordinate in front of him was too much. The Demon King immediately stepped forward to protect Arut. "If Arut is still here, then I believe he is trustworthy." Arut felt a pang of guilt, understanding that the Demon King's words were clearly a threat. It meant that the moment he turned against the Demon Realm, the Demon King would be the first to kill him. Returning to the main topic, Arut reported everything that happened in the human world to everyone. The king said to control the Demon King and prevent him from participating in the Empire's invasion of the continent. "If the Demon King intends to join the war, I must return at any cost." He added, "There is another issue. While I was conducting an investigation, the cult named the Church of Redemption confirmed that demonic magic was being used there." Hearing this, the Demon King did not show any anger or surprise but smiled and said he would handle the investigation. He instructed Arut to go see Ben to check his left shoulder before returning to his room. At first, Arut refused, saying it was almost healed, but he was taken aback when Dr. Ben suddenly appeared right next to him. Startled by the sudden appearance, Arut screamed and even coughed up blood on the spot, causing everyone to rush to his aid in a panic. Arut had no choice but to run away, as Dr. Ben insisted on examining him. The atmosphere finally calmed down, and the Elven King suddenly spoke up sarcastically. What a joke! Which demon would dare use demonic magic in the human world without the Demon King's permission? It must have been ordered by you. His voice grew more heated as he slammed the table, asserting that the demon race could sense the daily changes in the human world. Soon, heroes would appear, different from before, posing an unpredictable threat to the Demon King. The Elven King was sinking into negativity, but the Demon King cut him off with a statement. Why should I fear the future? He clarified that no matter what he did, heroes would always reappear. It was fate, and the confrontation between the Demon King and the hero was inevitable. He was growing weary, having lived for far too long, and believed that the strong had the right to rule. Seeing that they could say no more, the Elven King and the others ended the meeting and left. Suddenly, the atmosphere became unbearably oppressive, making it hard for everyone except the Demon King to breathe. The overwhelming demonic energy was enough to subdue all of them. The Demon King, with a stern face, said bluntly, I don't expect polite words from an immature elf like you. Watching the four of them cough under his demonic pressure, the Demon King sighed and reminded himself to forgive these children. However, he didn't forget to warn the Elven King to control his mouth and not to show such an attitude again. Instead, he should learn to be more patient. Meanwhile, Dr. Ben was still relentlessly following Arut, despite his repeated refusals for an examination. Ben wouldn't give up. He remembered the day he rushed to the Demon King upon hearing that the commander needed medical attention. The entire room was drenched in blood, and of course, the king berated him severely. How the hell did the commander's personal doctor arrive late? Do you think this is why I assigned you as Arut's personal doctor? Ben blamed himself, knowing that Arut was suffering from the aftermath of his battle with the hero, yet he couldn't take proper care of him. Standing by Arut's bedside, he thought his job and life were over. Unexpectedly, Arut said, Why would I kill you, Ben? I'm fine, so just take care of your work. Ben left Arut's room under the astonished eyes of all his colleagues. Everyone, including Ben himself, thought this time he wouldn't return, but instead, he came back safe and sound. Ben was moved to tears and vowed to never let such a thing happen again. Returning to the present moment, Ben earnestly begged the commander to let him perform an examination, holding up a pendant that emitted a red light towards Arut. He explained that this was a stone created from Arut's blood and the Demon King's magic. It was like a health alert device, and could also be used for locating Arut before it was too late. As usual, Arut ignored his plea. When Arut finally got back to his room, he was immediately met by his close friend, Deputy Commander of the Zero Brigade, ED. Like everyone else in the demon realm, ED bombarded Arut with a series of health-related questions. After hearing from Ben that Arut was exhausted and had a shoulder injury, ED cursed out loud. There was no one to support you there. How come they didn't protect you properly? Those damned humans, useless and weak. ED cursed so much that he forgot his wonderful commander was also human. Amidst the commotion, another character appeared, Gentle Incubus. However, just as Incubus tried to approach Arut, ED angrily grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away to a secluded corner. ED furiously choked Incubus for daring to talk to his commander. Despite his fear, Incubus said that Arut liked the garden he tended, so he came to give him a little demon plant named Cute. ED immediately snapped. No way Arut would like a creepy plant like that. But as soon as he finished speaking, he reconsidered. Wait, this flower is beautiful. I'll give it to him. It was a bright red flower in a pot, constantly singing without rest. Arut frowned at the sight of it, wondering why ED accepted it from the gardener Incubus. Wasn't his life complicated enough already? The singing flower, Cute, kept on singing, growing more vigorous and louder with each note. Arut was terrified by its fanged mouth and voice, retreating towards the bed's edge and inadvertently spitting blood. Coincidentally, a dagger flew and embedded itself just centimeters from him. A woman entered, praising Arut's sharp senses for dodging the assassination attempt just in time. This beautiful girl was Devilania, the second in command. Though she smiled, she was slightly dissatisfied because, as an expert in infiltration and assassination, she had been outwitted by Arut. If she claimed it was a fluke, would anyone believe her? Arut covered his mouth and sat still, not daring to move, screaming for help in his mind. Being treated by her could end up with him, laid out in a shroud. Despite his terror, Devilania mistook his reaction as criticism of her lack of killing intent. In a moment of lost consciousness, Arut's ferocity surfaced, and he retorted that if she had killing intent, she would have betrayed and killed him long ago. Regardless, the second in command was always the demon Arut feared the most. A pile of caps was thrown in front of them by this persistent guest, accompanied by a murderous gaze and the repeated question, "You'll wear all of these, won't you?" As expected, Arut became an unwilling model for the myriad outfits she brought, trying each one on despite his exhaustion. What seemed like it would be a very long night was fortunately interrupted by a savior. A pitch-black man from head to toe burst through the door, declaring he wanted to meet Arut. It was Hai, the 8th in command. He came today because he heard everyone talking about Arut's return. He eagerly tried to enter but got stuck at the door due to the sword he carried. Meeting Arut for the first time and getting stuck like this, Hai was devastated and humiliated. Hai fell, blaming himself for being unable to pass through the door, feeling utterly worthless. He was so distressed he even contemplated ending his life out of shame. Fortunately, the deputy commander of the 8th Brigade arrived to calm him down. But even then, Hai's spirit could not be lifted. Finding them too noisy, Devilania bid farewell and left. However, as she passed by Hai, she intentionally provoked him, saying, "I heard someone is spreading bad rumors about Arut in the first city. Isn't that where you should be right now?" Hearing this shocking news, the 8th in command disappeared without a word right before everyone's eyes. Hai, a demon born from darkness by the power of the Demon King, originally had the mission of overseeing the cities. But his main task was immediately changed to ensuring no information about Arut's appearance leaked to the human world the moment Arut joined the demon army. Every time Arut appeared, Hai would silently clean up any witnesses and ensure they could not reveal anything about his existence. As a result, no information about the Zero Commander was known to the rest of the world. After silencing the gossipers, Hai returned to Arut's room, but didn't enter immediately. He emerged from the ground to talk with his deputy commander. Like ED, the 8th deputy commander admired their leader greatly. He extended a hand to Hai, offering words of encouragement. "Everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is to correct them. You've successfully redeemed yourself, so you've done very well." Receiving this motivation and hearing that Arut was eagerly awaiting him, the demon Hai transformed into a delighted pup. Arut, meanwhile, sat alone in his room, playing with a Rubik's Cube and listening to music. His gaze wandered towards the door, and he screamed at the sight of the demon Daisy peeking in. Blood spurted out, only for Dr. Ben to burst in, shouting, "Lord Arut, I sensed you were injured. Are you all right?" Arut, shocked, had no time to respond before Hai, who had been on the verge of suicide earlier, pointed all his weapons at himself, yelling, "You coughed up blood because of me. I shall atone with my life." Facing this overly dramatic youth, Arut had no choice but to intervene, pleading, "Please, I am happy to see you." This statement transformed Hai's demeanor completely. Lord Arut exudes such a powerful aura despite his gentle appearance. His superior gaze is so cool. I want to learn to be like him, I thought, his admiration growing. Arut, exhausted, sat on his bed, feeling utterly drained. Even the singing flower stopped and patted him, trying to offer comfort. The next day, Arut went to the demon library to seek information. The first book that caught his attention was an investigative report on the Empire, related to the current hero. From the information, he learned that the first hero, Neymar, assisted King Eduardo in a coup when the king was still the 9th prince. After an 8-year war, Neymar became the only noble without territory. The second hero, Starjima Perzamezo, primarily subdued and exterminated the Manji at the borders. Reading this, Arut knew the third hero would be himself. But fortunately, the Demon King kept his promise and didn't allow others to investigate Arut. The final entry was about Dion Hart, aligned with the third hero and a noble opposing the king. Shutting the book with rage, Arut inadvertently picked up another book, penned by the Demon King himself. Just as he was about to dive into this new material, the Demon King suddenly appeared behind him, startling Arut and causing him to drop the book. However, as he picked it up, he suddenly noticed something quite peculiar written in the book about heroes and demon kings, an evidence of this world's ongoing development and existence that he didn't quite grasp. After dusting it off, he turned to the figure standing behind him and asked, "Why is the demon king here?" The figure swiftly snatched the book from his hand and curtly replied, "I'm here because of this." After giving Arut a cold stare, he chuckled and departed. Arut speculated that the demon king might know he was gathering information, hence the abrupt intervention. As time passed, Arut left the library with an indescribably bored expression. On his way, he overheard people discussing a party being held to welcome back On, the commander of the Fifth Army. A girl with radiant skin remarked loudly, "This isn't just a simple welcome party. On and the deputy commander are dating. He's handsome, she's beautiful. What's wrong with that?" Yet something about the situation didn't sit right with Arut. He interrupted their conversation, momentarily lost in thought. Demons dating? That's something I hadn't considered. However, that wasn't his main concern. What intrigued him more was the promise of special Demon World wines at the party. Arut eagerly rushed to the venue, expecting a lively atmosphere. Upon arriving and opening the door, however, he realized the party seemed to have ended. Disappointed, he picked up a bottle of red wine to inspect it, only to find it was of human origin. It seemed his frantic dash to the place was in vain. Suddenly, a young man with a broom dropped flour on the ground, accompanied by 3 pale, bloodless faces frozen in fear, accusingly pointing at Arut. Before he could even explain, the commander of the Zero Army bellowed, "You drank it all, didn't you?" Arut hadn't taken a sip yet, but before he could protest, chaos erupted. Calls for urgent assistance echoed through the castle. It appeared Arut's reputation for trouble had preceded him once again. Moments later, throughout the castle, the Demon King's voice resounded urgently. "Commander Arut has consumed alcohol." Red alarms blared everywhere, stirring panic among the residents. Soon after, an armored battalion swiftly surrounded Arut, equipping themselves for battle, creating a defensive shield to prevent any easy access to him. Arut stood in the center of the circle, holding an empty wine glass in his hand, with a bewildered expression on his face, not understanding what was going on. "What did I do wrong?" he muttered, his voice filled with confusion. The commander of the defense team shouted loudly, "Everyone, raise your swords and prepare yourselves. Just one wrong move and we could all lose our lives here. Because if Commander Zero drinks beyond his limits, he'll slash anyone he sees." Arut listened in stunned silence, recalling that in the demon world, not only the Demon King, but everyone strongly opposed his drinking habit. He knew his tendency to misbehave when drunk wasn't great, but it wasn't that serious, was it? It was just being tipsy. He truly couldn't understand why the demons in front of him were reacting so excessively. Arut, known for his innocent and carefree demeanor, suddenly remembered an incident from 2 years ago at his own welcoming party. He remembered drinking until his face turned red, and, unable to distinguish friend from foe, he had pointed a dagger at a commander and boldly asked, "So, are you our enemy?" The guy had dodged the question, until he finally lost his temper and retorted angrily, "Damn it, all right then. I'm your enemy. What are you going to do about it? I've never liked how the Demon King created a special position just for you and even promoted you. Commander Zero's rank is higher than Commander One's." He had continued disdainfully. Arut had cut him off with a swift strike, right in front of everyone. The scene that followed was terrifying, to say the least. Just like that, one of the commanders had been fatally stabbed in the blink of an eye. News spread faster than COVID after that moment, prompting a new law to be issued in the Demon King's castle. Firstly, if Commander Zero asks if you're an enemy, you must immediately deny it. Secondly, if he presses for reasons, provide the clearest explanation possible. Thirdly, if he shows any doubt in your answer, switch to a defensive stance immediately. A soldier turned to ask the young man next to him, "But why do we have to switch to a defensive stance? Shouldn't we attack if we want to survive?" Hearing this, the young man sighed and explained, "If they injure Commander Zero, the Demon King will kill them. The Demon King's job is to resolve conflicts, and their job is simply to survive as long as possible." Suddenly, Arut looked at them, a chilling smile spreading across his face, sending shivers down the spines of the 2 young men who had been talking. When everyone was in a state of panic, barely able to breathe, the Demon King arrived. Upon entering, He sighed deeply and began to speak in a calming tone. It's fortunate I'm here. Arut, listen to me and don't dismiss what I say. These people are not your enemies. No one here intends to attack, and you have no reason to kill anyone. So, put down the wine. Arut complied immediately, setting the glass down and wiping his face. I wasn't planning to attack anyone, he explained. I was just observing these guys for a bit. The Demon King understood the situation and realized Arut was just feeling bored. Therefore, he asked if Arut wanted to visit Devilania, the city, for a bit of amusement. With a war about to break out soon, it was an opportunity to enjoy before things escalated. Despite Arut's seemingly reluctant attitude, the matter concluded there. Everyone gradually dispersed to their respective homes, leaving Arut alone in his office. After reviewing a report on the ongoing wars between empires and kingdoms, where Ion had recently surrendered, the Demon King made an announcement using magical speakers throughout the demon realm. He declared that henceforth, all magical activities within the demon world were prohibited except for sealed magical devices, unless lives were in imminent danger. Commanders 2, 4, and 8 were tasked with enforcing this new law, with strict penalties for unauthorized magical use. Immediate elimination without further inquiry. Meanwhile, in a distant and remote place, the Spirit King sipped his tea, instantly recognizing that no one in the demon world could use magic anymore. However, it was probably too late, as he feared. When the Demon King realized that the time when a hero could defeat him was approaching, the human world had completed all preparations and was awaiting the perfect moment. Once that warrior was unleashed, it would mark the worst possible time for the Demon King. A period likely to be filled with ruthless invasion and massacre, with no way to avoid it. On the imperial side, Eduardo was discussing military strategies with everyone present when a duke spoke up, expressing disagreement with continuing the war. According to him, the king had already accepted surrender terms from other nations, allowing the royal family and citizens to live. However, as long as those royal families remained, the nation's morale and the loyalty of the soldiers gained through conquest would diminish. Another person scoffed at this opinion, believing that forcibly conscripting commoners or utilizing peasants from slums for combat could easily bolster their forces. Eduardo, infuriated, slammed his fist on the table and rebuked them sharply. How dare you bark such nonsense? Do you think I can just supplement our troops with commoners? He made it clear they wouldn't dare use their elite soldiers or lead the army on the battlefield, calling them cowardly for suggesting such measures. The taxes paid by the people of the empire are essentially for their protection and peace. He continued passionately. It means the people have a choice to defend the empire, and the empire has an obligation to protect its people. Drawing his sword, he declared there would be no ceasefire. If there were insufficient soldiers, he would order them to draft troops from their domains, maintaining the standards set during the 8-year war. Conversely, if the nobles chose not to fight, 2/3 of their elite soldiers would be confiscated by the empire. Enlisting commoners for combat would be a last resort. After giving orders to the assembly, he dismissed them, instructing them to prepare to depart immediately. As everyone left, a hallucination once again gripped Eduardo. He saw himself standing amidst a sea of blood, surrounded by restless spirits urging him to join them. Things were becoming increasingly uncontrollable, and time was running short, compelling him to expedite matters as much as possible. The southern part of the empire, largely engulfed in war with the Babai clan under the emperor's tacit approval, was where the second hero managed affairs. After reviewing the military report, Eduardo stood before the entire army and affirmed, "Fighting with the Manji will be entertaining, but now it's time to take to the battlefield." He appeared cheerful, not because he enjoyed war, but because there were a few things he genuinely desired from the king. After the end of those great battles, in the 8-year war, he received the title from the previous season. The grand mansion in the south was immersed in mountains of gold, silver, and jewels. Initially, he was satisfied until he heard what Arut requested from the emperor. The matter of Arut asking for the right to personally destroy his own family shocked and fascinated him with those wishes. From the words of the deputy commander, he knew that the third hero would also join the fight. He was extremely excited because the reward he wanted this time was the right to personally destroy his family. Back in the demon realm, Arut was on a mission with the second commander. He heard Devilania and Ben talking to each other, And just as the thought of wanting to leave this place screamed in his mind, he received a thunderous slap from the doctor. It wasn't intentional on the doctor's part, but the sudden stop of the carriage carrying them caused everyone to tumble. A person rushed in to report that they were being blocked because many demons were gathering here. Outside, a fierce battle was taking place. However, because there were too many of them, they also had to get off the carriage to help. Devilania said that each city had a commander for protection, but the outskirts did not, and at this rate, the number was enough to attack other species. Arut now realized he had been tricked by the Demon King. The demon-type monsters under the Demon King's responsibility had to be dealt with to ensure they did not invade other species' territories. By ordering the commanders to patrol the outskirts or go below the territory, he'd have thought this trip was for leisure, so he didn't bring anyone along, unexpectedly ending up on a mission and obeying like a fool. Just as he turned to the doctor, Arut suddenly received a question and a scrutinizing look. "Don't you want to fight anymore today?" Upon noticing, it turned out he had always avoided fighting when drunk, and as long as it wasn't life-threatening. If any other demon saw, they might mistakenly think he was a weak human. Well, that's just great. He might look stupid, but saying one sentence hit the nail on the head. Arut was cornered. Just as he was about to confess everything, Ben suddenly became fiercely spirited. He said, although the number of enemies was countless, they were just beasts, nothing that required him to personally get involved, right? He even asserted that, as Arut's personal doctor, there was no way he didn't understand what Arut was thinking. Arut hesitated for about 2 seconds, then flared up in anger because the person in front of him, who he thought was smart, turned out to be extremely foolish. Dr. Ben took out a bottle of rare wine, which Arut was immediately captivated by. Is that the specialty wine from the underworld? He thought, though he held back from saying it, because this doctor, who always forbade him from drinking, was now offering wine. He promised himself he wouldn't drink the dangerous-smelling wine, but the glass was already filled and neatly placed in his hand. So why not drink it? After taking a large gulp, he thought, given the current situation, he couldn't avoid fighting even if he wanted to, so he might as well go all out while still tipsy. Ben looked at his commander and remembered the Demon King's instructions before they set off. Back then, the Demon King had told Ben that if Arut hesitated during the battle, he should give him the wine. Arut was so modest that he always seemed weak, but with the influence of alcohol, he would let loose and transform into a demon. Ben followed the Demon King's orders because he knew everything was under control. However, he always worried about Arut's health, so he turned away to apologize, only to find the first commander suddenly close in, pressing him against the carriage with a dagger. With a cold, piercing look and icy words, Arut said, "Ben, you're finally using your brain. I guess you don't have much time, do you? They gave you both drugs and wine simultaneously. The royal power is expanding, and the number of demons is increasing exponentially, so there's no time to waste." Arut then stabbed the dagger near the doctor's throat, threatening, "But you must know that understanding me doesn't give you the right to exploit me. Because of your good contributions, I'll let this go this time. But remember, there won't be a next time. Stop pretending to care about me like that. Don't forget whose personal doctor you are. I didn't expect much from you in the first place." Ben's face turned red from being exposed. He understood that he was now Arut's personal doctor, not the Demon King's. However, just as he was about to apologize for everything, a monster suddenly rushed in to attack. Arut stared at it, feeling fed up with all these situations. He always had to struggle to survive, but that didn't mean others were allowed to take advantage of him. Only he had the right to decide that. After a few stabs, the monster was subdued. Standing in the pool of blood, Arut demanded that Ben call the Demon King. Very quickly, as per Arut's request, the two were connected through magic. Arut bluntly stated that the number was far greater than expected. See Arut's expression. The Demon King understood the problem and immediately promised to send reinforcements, asking Arut to hold out for another 15 minutes. He also whispered to Ben that their first commander was probably already very dirty and enraged. The demon Arut had completely taken over his consciousness, facing such a life-and-death situation. No one but him could survive after 8 long years of war. He charged forward with a reckless attitude. It was time to rampage. Slightly tipsy, he went berserk, continuously swinging his dagger at the monsters in front of him. The blade flew out of his hand, then he grabbed it again, using it to subdue a monster 3 or 4 times his size. Because he knew his specialty wasn't killing, but instilling deep fear and despair. Monsters with their keen instincts would flee as soon as they felt the overwhelming fear from within. Though it didn't always work in this situation, if they fled, his group would have a chance to survive. Arut wiped the blood from his face and ordered Devilania to set a trap. Their goal this time was to hold out and kill as many monsters as possible while waiting for reinforcements. Following Arut's orders, an invisible trap was quickly set up in front of them. The monsters, mindless and countless, were surrounded by extremely thin wires, so any careless movement would slice them instantly. After completing the assigned task, Devilania turned and asked, "Although they are trapped, I don't think we can hold them for long. What do you plan to do now?" Dr. Ben didn't answer, as she seemed more concerned about her commander. Ben rushed to Arut and shouted, "Lord Arut, the first aid I used on your hand is only temporary, so please be careful." Without a word, Arut walked towards the trap, ignoring everyone who tried to stop him. Devilania bluntly stated, "Unless you have experience, it will be very difficult to identify the position of those wires. I'm not doubting your abilities or anything." Their worries were unfounded because the one controlling the body now was the demon Arut, full of reason and bravery. Moreover, he was incredibly lucky. The time to fight had come. After drinking the wine, Arut transformed into a machine that loved to slaughter everything in front of him. He easily dodged the invisible wires and even led the monsters deeper into the trap for the wires to take care of the rest. Seeing the monsters drop like falling fruit, he was overjoyed, and his face lit up with glee. He could see everything thanks to the moonlight reflecting off the wires. Though they only glimmered for a few seconds, it was enough for him to utilize his sensitivity to light. After all, as someone with albinism, he always avoided the sun like the plague and only felt comfortable in the darkness. The monsters still had their blank expressions, but now with a tinge of green fear. Devilania joyfully praised him, saying the battle had completely turned around. The monsters were so scared they didn't dare recklessly move forward anymore, as expected of Lord Arut. Dr. Ben, however, was different. He was extremely worried about the first commander. Arut's arm was severely injured, and breaking his limits like that could worsen the situation. As Ben thought about this, he saw Arut in pain, dropping his dagger. Panicked, he rushed over, but Arut yelled at him to stop. "Stay there and don't waste time with unnecessary actions. Stick to the plan." The battle grew fiercer, with everyone fighting desperately as the monsters kept coming in greater numbers. Just as Arut felt he was about to faint with monsters charging at him, reinforcements arrived just in time. Countless daggers were thrown, piercing 13 monsters and turning them into cacti in an instant. Following that was a gentle smile and a pleasant voice. "Hello, Lord Arut. Long time no see." She was Commander No. 7 named Silua, arriving late but with a cheerful demeanor. Arut, now sober, was angry and thought to himself, "Who am I, and what is this battlefield?" A memory streaked with the scent of beer and liquor swiftly passed through his mind. Almost blurting out curses, he managed to hold back just in time. "No, this isn't Lord Arut. Just a moment ago, he was still the same Lord Arut, so how could this be happening? What must he do to meet that Lord Arut again?" Silua suddenly appeared before him, glaring sternly. She disliked this demeanor, so she thrust a stubborn wolf in front of him, insisting he reveal his true form and use a dagger to tear its flesh apart. "Oh, this ambitious woman has gone mad," thought Arut, intimidated by her attitude and unable to say a word. Under her watch, the assassins were stationed nearby. While they energetically supported the front line, she persistently demanded he perform a few moves for her to see. Arut was now exhausted from losing too much blood. When Ben saw him collapse, he quickly rushed over to support him and let him rest, ignoring Silua's furious cries from behind. "Lord Arut, please show me your face once more," she pleaded. "Just one more time. I beg you to push." As time passed, everything seemed to settle down peacefully. Devilania couldn't resist chasing after the devil. It seemed everything was in place. "Why don't you leave, Commander Number 7? She had just arrived, so naturally she didn't want to leave so soon. Devilania understood and continued. "We will depart for City No. 2. You haven't forgotten who's protecting it, have you?" When Commander Number 7 was mentioned, Silua's face immediately became difficult. She disliked him. really didn't want to meet that unworthy commander. It would be best to leave immediately. Arut found it difficult to understand how Commander Number 7 could return so easily. He didn't know what was so frightening about that Number 10 commander that she felt so resentful towards him. Then, in a moment, seeing the colorful demon aristocrat hiring an entire ensemble to welcome him, he immediately understood the problem. For fighters who speak with fists, this guy was just a horse. Some beauties, some banging music. Arut, on the other hand, sat majestically on a palanquin with a proud, cool pose, emitting the radiance of the 10 directions, carried by 4 demons. It was really grand, like an altar. Arut's face was sweaty, but it looked okay, just okay. Next to him was Commander Number 10, his lips dry, smiling about the warm reception he'd had prepared for Arut. It seemed that only those with high status could sit on it, making it perfect for Arut. Did he know that sitting so high was very similar to the images placed on the altar in the human realm? Arut remained silent, his hand on his forehead, at a loss for words. He bowed his head, his heart unwavering amidst the ever-changing world. Meanwhile, his companion panicked upon seeing his distressed state. "Oh no, are you suffering from a headache, Lord? Or is something troubling you?" The thing troubling Arut was the surreal situation, and the illusions surrounding it. Now he understood why Silu despised Commander Number 10 so much. Everyone's faces were contorted with concern upon seeing Arut's unfriendly demeanor, which seemed ready to snap at any moment. Even Dr. Ben nearby was equally concerned, along with the bystanders, who widened their eyes upon recognizing Commander Number 0. They wondered who would dare occupy such a shameful seat. But now, seeing Arut's idol-like appearance, with fair skin and a national style, the girl next to him naturally found it fitting, given his aura of a CEO and patriarch. No one really knew much about him. Rumors circulated, fueling ongoing discussions about Arut. Everyone gathered to catch a glimpse of Commander Number 0, a person bestowed with extraordinary titles by the Demon King, whose role and power were kept completely secret. In terms of power, he was second only to the Demon King himself. Suddenly, Arut spoke with a chilling tone, catching Commander Number 10's ear. "What did you just say?" His words turned the commander pale, completely startled. "Disappear," he commanded, and his face drained of all color. He wanted everyone to disappear. But deep down, Arut had no intention of driving away his fans like this. He simply wanted to rid himself of the flowers and incense that made him nauseous. He couldn't understand why Saitel was driving out all the troublesome demons. Let them be, he thought. Let them use my name to chase away those causing trouble. Watching their actions, he realized they must be very annoyed by now. Now he would become the common enemy of all the demons in this city. Yet these demons only wanted to admire Commander Number 1's sacred profile. Nonetheless, without any curtains, he felt helpless and despondent at the thought of finding peace in this village. Arut turned his gaze away and behold, a fan club of his, with a large crowd of members from all walks of life gathered around. They began clapping their hands together, shouting loudly, "Long live Arut, the Demon Lord Arut." If they want to believe in something meaningful, like superheroines or heroes, why not believe in Arut? Arut began to recall Warinil and the Arut sect she had mentioned. Arut's heart was filled with arrows of resentment when he gave her a cookie to keep her from doing nonsense. As he was pondering this, Commander Number 10 was kneeling on the ground below, crying pitifully with tears pouring down, begging for forgiveness if he had inadvertently offended Arut. The noose around his neck was making him bleed. Arut realized that this was the work of Devilania, who found this guy a bit shaky and vulnerable to taunts. So she asked Arut if she should stab him. No, it's just that Arut only knew to open his mouth in fright. Arut swore that he was definitely not allowed to kill an innocent person among the commanders, and he also guessed that they were just restraining themselves. They might stab each other if they felt like it, regardless of whether they were commanders. Arut tried to keep calm and cool without needing to eliminate another commander. He shifted the focus by going shopping together to dispel the tense situation for now. Life is unfair because the tension never straightens out the hair. Arut knew that if he didn't follow the plan correctly, they could stab him at any time. Hearing Arut say that, Devilania forgave Commander Number 10. Saitel was so scared that he changed his cheerful state. "I am 10 years old, Arut. I will serve you with everything I have as if my life depended on it." Arut thought he had a safe tool, but it all turned out to be a scam. Now it's best to remain silent, which is still better. They then moved inside to go shopping. Devilania was happy to buy lots of beautiful clothes because she said it's easy to make girls smile. Arut also picked out a new outfit for himself, which wasn't much different from a sack, but he looked good in anything because he was handsome. Tel then came up with a bunch of ripe, juicy mangoes in his hand. Devilania was immediately angry at her interruption, asking about the things she bought and asking him to keep them. Arut also had a headache when they kept calling his name without giving him any space of his own. Suddenly, a few demons riding horses passed by, surprising Arut. These strange demons were supposed to mostly reside in the bay, so it was odd for the castle to open its gates like this. Upon closer consideration, Arut noticed that there seemed to be quite a few items coming from the southern realm of the human world, suggesting there was a nearby border. Tel panicked upon hearing this and dropped all the mangoes he was holding. He trembled and asked how Arut knew about this. Arut looked puzzled by his reaction, but then moved with the group to defeat the monsters, following Tel's lead. They discovered a border not too far away, marking the southern region of the human world. Arut widened his eyes at the surreal scene before him. The truth of the matter tied down Devilania's heart. He was furious to learn that Commander Number 10 had concealed such important information. All he could do was fold his hands in prayer, having stumbled upon it by chance, thinking he could enjoy a little. Arut touched his forehead in frustration, feeling fed up. Tel loudly announced that his city had established rules and operated covertly, ensuring they wouldn't be detected by humans. He explained they had been doing their utmost to prevent demonic intrusions into the human world. Arut acknowledged the validity of his words, but wondered about their next steps. He reasoned that if this southern region wasn't part of the empire, should he be concerned? Upon reflection, he decided it wasn't necessary, as it was still part of the human world. Arut dismounted and told Tel they needed to report this to the Demon King. But before doing so, he wanted to personally confirm if the border was indeed linked to the southern realm of the human world, and determine which nation it belonged to. They proceeded together to investigate, guided by the dazzling light. Elsewhere, in a small country to the south, someone had arrived to inform the local monarch about demons infiltrating their kingdom. They suggested the monarch immediately call the royal physician to handle the matter. But this was beyond what the physician could treat. He knew the demons would unexpectedly breach the border and feign indifference, complicating matters further as he was already overwhelmed with fleeing from the empire. Thus, he couldn't engage in any conflict with the demon world anymore. The soldier grimly added another issue to the list. Aside from these events, the king broke out in a nervous sweat and asked if there was any news more pressing than the release of a new music video or squeezing in a date for ice cream in the next few days. The soldier continued, stating they had confirmed one of the members of the demon battalion was Commander Number 2, Devilania, and the remaining unusual demons were likely led by the rumored Commander Number 0. The king's face turned pale at the mention of this name. "What is he doing here?" he muttered. The atmosphere in the royal court grew tense. The king ordered the information to be kept discreet. Commander Number 0 and his lackeys had arrived in their country. Nevertheless, Arut and the other commanders strode confidently under the shimmering sun. Arut adjusted his hat, concealing the face of his corporate executive persona, meticulously maintained through extensive skincare routines. He wondered why these people insisted on following him. All he wanted was to reach the human world. Perhaps they should stay put in the demon world, like Gutcycle, who returned to protect City Number 2 as assigned. However, considering Devilania's knowledge of the human world, Arut suggested they find a place to observe the daily lives of humans. After all, they needed to understand that this place was not just a monkey's paradise. Suddenly, a group of humans approached respectfully, apologizing for blocking their path. A scar-faced man expressed deep respect for the mercenaries who had prevented the monsters from crossing into their realm, saving many lives. Arut observed them and realized they mistook him and his group for mercenaries. Nonetheless, he appreciated the timely and humane actions. He did not act impulsively when among humans. Knowing this was a rare opportunity, the man offered gold coins and cloaks as a token of gratitude to Arut and the commanders, noticing bloodstains on their attire and wanting to provide them with new attire. Arut suddenly realized that while he had used comfort detergent for a thorough wash, he had forgotten that the two companions with him were also stained with blood. Upon looking at Devilania and Ben, Arut recognized that they were not humans because they weren't wearing cloaks like he was. Yet these people warmly welcomed them without chasing them away. The scar-faced man, trembling with his money bag in both hands, noticed this detail. Arut realized they were frightened, but not panicked. He speculated that even the king might not know anything, as he hadn't mentioned it when they met. Now, in wartime, it was challenging to reveal to the entire kingdom that there was another border. Therefore, they wanted to conceal the truth that demons come and go freely. Thinking to himself, Arut chuckled unsettlingly, causing the others to blush and bow respectfully to Arut, wishing him a safe journey. Arut understood they hoped his group wouldn't cause any trouble and would quietly return. He reassured them that they were just here to chill. As they bowed, the scar-faced man had a thought about Arut's unusually clean attire compared to the blood-stained outfits of the demons. Of course, because of Arut's change of clothes and something unusual about him, he must be Commander Number 0. He placed his hand on his chest, proudly lifting his face to the sky for their efforts, leaving the rest to the author. Sunlight streamed down through magnificent palace halls as people bustled excitedly. Arut and the group arrived at the market, enjoying delicious skewers. Suddenly, a curly-haired man bumped into Arut's shoulder lightly, shocking him and drawing suspicious glances from Devilania. Arut sensed the man's gaze and quickly fabricated a story about his lingering pain and injury, a reasonable excuse for Ben to treat him. Suddenly, Ben became angry, stepping forward to grab the man's collar, seemingly prepared to strike. Arut intervened, asking why Ben was overreacting, while Devilania behaved sensibly. Both of them began to realize that something was amiss. Ben should be the calm one, while the other should be the one to escalate things. Both of them quickly switched roles as if actors who hadn't yet decided who had won the argument. When the royal knights arrived, they ordered the wretched man to be seized. Hearing this, Arut panicked and tried to explain that the person they were arresting was the curly-haired guy with the hazel split ends. They escorted him away with tears streaming down their faces. Despite the fact that the two of them were just lucky to run into each other, Arut was surprised by how well the public order was maintained. A poor child who was destined to jump on Arut was immediately captured by Ben, with a rather unfriendly face. The royal knights, seeing this situation, panicked and took the child away. Arut tried a mango and immediately vomited a rainbow of colors because it was so disgusting. The fruit shop owner was then taken away by the soldiers. Whenever something unusual happened to Arut, the royal knights appeared. The locals also observed the unusual nature of this trio. Arut held his head in frustration, thinking that he couldn't investigate anymore and wanted to go back. Suddenly, an argument caught his attention. He heard faintly about Dauja tea leaves, so he went there to inquire about buying some. The shopkeeper looked at Arut suspiciously because of his aura, unsure if he was a CEO or an idol hiding his identity. Arut crossed his arms and bowed his head, silently pondering about Dauja tea leaves. Finding these rare tea leaves in this kingdom was nearly impossible due to the few gardens that grew them, usually selling at high prices to nobles. A wealthy southern kingdom possessed this precious tea leaf. In a normal market, Arut received a rare tea leaf in a satisfied manner, and Ben threw a large amount of money to him, saying not to rot. After analyzing the data so far, Arut now knew that this country was called Tehao. The knights looked at Arut's team shadow and left with relief, hoping they wouldn't come back here to tell them again. Some people even suspected that he was not the Commander Number 0 because he looked so indifferent. In the national battlefield, Duke Edgewater walked up and mentioned the departure of the Great Prince with King Edgewater. Hearing this, his face darkened and he replied, "Do I know how the Great Prince died?" Edgewater began to realize something. The man with a warm heart, the only one concerned about Devilania among us, is him. The one who murdered his cousin, Duke Edgewater, already knew that the perpetrator was Stabb. He hit the black card, not remorseful, but instead smiled happily. "You knew, didn't you?" Edgewater's face tense, glanced at him, and chuckled. "Haha, you really feel crazy." It wasn't until after the Duke and his family were sentenced for assassination that Prince Edgewater realized Alester Starr was the mastermind, a truly corrupt figure, yet still smelled of expensive perfume. He couldn't temporarily hide his crime because the nobility was making him a puppet. But he didn't expect this odd man to come forward to confess his crimes to the law. Edgewater felt this man was definitely plotting something. He looked at his king with dim purple eyes, intending to tell him the reason. I killed the great prince before everything, just to climb to the top of society. Perhaps his intention was to become Jangfan. He gave a very meaningless reason, but still got pregnant. He began to reveal the truth that all princes and princesses would vie for the throne if the rightful heir, the deceased great prince, was correct. He wanted to place someone he could control on that throne, but did not expect the eternal prince, Prince Loki, to silently turn the tide. Edgewater then realized that this name is currently a duke, and the only position higher is the king. He remembered the past, his conversation with his brother, when he asked Edgewater to take care of Elphifius and Aleti during his absence. At that time, Edgewater only looked at his brother, instructed him, and told him not to worry. But he should have stopped his brother immediately when he saw something wrong. His brother used his hand to rub his little brother's head, and then he smiled brightly without watering. "Thank you, obedient younger brother." He regretted that if he knew it was the last time he met his brother, he would not let his brother go. Previously, upon hearing the news of his brother's death, Edgewater went through a terrible time of regret for not using his sword properly, believing rumors that another person had influenced him to seize the gold, causing Edgewater to draw his sword and kill innocent people. This act haunted the souls, always seeking vengeance against him. Stabb adjusted his shirt and smiled when he learned that Edgewater knew of these atrocities. Who was behind this? Before these atrocities occurred, Kruel's family had gone to the palace to see King Eduardo to explain the mistake in the military documents about Dion Hart. But the guards were divided and couldn't intervene as everything was already set. Stabb had seen everything from afar. He deceived the request for clarification from the nobleman and concealed all those documents. So King Eduardo did not know that Dion Hart's enlistment was a mistake, at least initially. He added more salt to make Alester feel guilty about past mistakes when he discovered the truth after the war and still stood unmoved, looking at Dion Hart, the person who killed his family. If he knew the truth, he wondered how he would react. Hearing these remorseful words, Eduardo could no longer keep calm and seemed to lose control. "Duke Alester Stabb, do you want to reincarnate or want to admire a cock?" Stabb was not afraid but smiled smugly, believing that Eduardo could not kill him because his honor was still intact without a legitimate reason. Eduardo's fame as a ruthless ruler was also declining. Stabb, with dyed blonde hair, looked unusually fearful. Stabb understood this, and of course, these were not enough, but the power of the royal family and the hair would decline further than the love affair of Hansohin. With his meaningless arguments, but still got pregnant, making Eduardo bow his head in thought. He was already near Stabb's threatening tone to the king. Moreover, he always pretended he knew nothing. So wasn't he my accomplice? Eduardo responded sharply to his adversary's provocations, asserting, "If I were to abandon you here, you would soon learn to hold your uncouth tongue. But what I say remains true. There is little I can do to change that." With these words, he haughtily stepped out of the military tent, his inner turmoil palpable. Though he had spared the king's life, it was because his ultimate goal had not yet been achieved. Internally, Eduardo seethed with cold determination, vowing not to rest until he had secured a peaceful and fitting final resting place. Meanwhile, Stabb emerged on horseback, casting a glance at the observers in the distance, for everything unfolded exactly as he had scripted. Later, Eduardo rode out into the serene silence of the forest, only to be unexpectedly confronted by a group of men blocking his path. The leader among them was Daniel, the revolutionary commander, who had returned home to visit his elderly mother after completing his mission. The aged mother tenderly embraced her son's face, noticing his injuries. She held his weathered hands gently, understanding his hardships. Daniel reassured her that his wounds were minor, and there was nothing to worry about. Placing his hand on hers, he promised to be cautious in his leadership of the revolution. For Daniel, leading the revolution meant more than just overthrowing a fading monarch. It meant striving for a world of fairness and justice, a world his mother had dreamed of. She had forsaken her noble heritage to live simply, even after her husband was slain by a despicable noble, and despite growing weaker from stress, she had shared her dreams with him since childhood. A world without kings or nobles, where people could govern themselves. She hoped her dutiful son would one day see this dream fulfilled. As Daniel recalled these memories, he vowed before his aging mother that he would make her dream world a reality. Daniel leaned against his mother's warm feet, confessing that he was merely a criminal. He had fought in the revolution, but his orders had cost many lives. There was a looming big explosion, a battle that would threaten everyone's lives. His mother asked if Daniel wanted to stop the war. He replied no, for the sake of those who had fallen, and for his mother's sake, he would fulfill his mission. He hoped his mother would wait for him until that glorious day. His mother smiled gently, always believing in her son, reassuring him to return safely. She vowed that if anything happened to Daniel, she would drink poison to join him in the afterlife. Hearing this, Daniel felt ashamed and hoped his mother wouldn't speak such ominous words. Just then, a soldier rushed in with urgent news that Aiden had brought an army to overthrow the king. This news startled Daniel. In the forest nearby, the revolutionary army had blocked Eduardo's path. But Daniel realized they weren't the only ones out to kill him. He dismounted and asked them how he could ascend to power. Besides his good looks and dyed blonde hair, he possessed knowledge, experience, and leadership crucial in the 8-year-long battle. Before finishing his explanation, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed his own hand, blood splattering. A bystander stared blankly, puzzled by this sight. After dealing with troublesome souls clinging to him, Alester waved his injured hand and continued recounting the recent events. Do you all know about the anonymous hero who possesses the remnants of a hero? No. If you're sincerely curious, I'll gladly explain. A familiar soldier, not understanding the situation, jumped in, only to be swiftly dispatched by Alester, who then turned to enjoy watching the scene. After dispatching another soldier, Alester used his sword to defend himself as more attackers rushed in. One after another, they fell to his lethal blows, leaving fresh blood stains under the king's deadly sword strokes. With just one hand, he effortlessly wiped out an entire squad of 40 men. One man managed to grab Alester's cloak, showing satisfaction. Alester simply turned and dealt a swift blow to silence him. Finally, only one unfortunate survivor remained, trembling in fear, beginning to recall the name he had long forgotten. A figure of immense strength, capable of cleaving mountains or even heaven and hell itself. The talent hidden beneath the titles of tyrannical kings. At this moment, Eduardo, the remnants of a hero, swept through the tranquil night breeze. At this point, only Eduardo and his faithful horse remained. The surroundings resembled a desolate battlefield. Eduardo, clutching his injured arm, realizing the Duke had sent these men, who seemed rather mismatched against him. He understood they were leveraging the revolutionaries to eliminate him. The primary goal of the revolutionaries was a world of equality, yet they had now recruited new members from the capital city, Ilion, led by Stabb, increasing their forces to confront him. Meanwhile, Alester smirked maliciously, seeing himself as a mere pawn of Stabb's schemes. Switching scenes, Daniel rubbed his temples in frustration as his soldiers seemed disorganized, their actions confusing him deeply. Their bold move to confront the king angered him, and he clenched the cloth on the table, pondering Alester's impulsive actions. A nearby comrade suggested Alester might have uncovered the king's movements and acted accordingly. This realization left Daniel contemplative for about 10 seconds before stating that only someone with significant power could gain such crucial information at this moment. This thought immediately brought Stabb's image to his mind. Before his idol departed, someone had seen Stabb conversing with Sullen, which Daniel now recognized as the cunning intent of the advantageous nobles. They had orchestrated the confrontation between the revolutionaries and the emperor. As the morning sun's rays pierced through the castle's canopy, Alester returned after a night of indecision in the ancient forest. The grandeur of dawn contrasted sharply with the urgent arrival of the castle's chief official, seeing his king in blood-stained, disheveled clothes. "If it's me, then I guess it's my fate," the king murmured, shocking the official with his resigned words. Alester grinned, reminiscing about his childhood tales, recounting a lavish feast hosted to entertain the extended royal family. Diesel, the king's siblings, and Alester's cousins joyously discussed the governance of their nation. One of Alester's younger cousins began to dream of making the country wealthy, while another aimed to elevate the capital into a respected kingdom by establishing an empire. Amidst the carefree discussions, it became clear that those with wealth had vulnerabilities and were seeking ways to make money. Alester had become the extinguisher of dreams, his lordly smile demolishing those aspirations. He walked the path of apostasy, slaughtering countless innocent people, turning the land into a crimson sea of blood. With no path back to his former choices, he now lived with the responsibility of paying his dues to life itself. The castle's chief official listened as Alester spoke, observing the unhealed wound on his non-recovered left arm. His body was fundamentally worthless with the injury, so he hoped not to waste military resources on his recovery. This statement puzzled the official, but Alester reassured him not to worry, as someone's intervention made him unwilling to return to his cold homeland. On the demon side, a new demon had arrived and secured a position as the commander of the 9th Legion, Chover. He boasted his strength and magic, but in reality, he possessed a six-pack chest attack, buttock defense, and extreme physical strength honed to perfection. With just one punch, he could knock someone out, and with two, he could knock them out cold. When he punched the ground, his tremendous strength shook the earth. The remaining Legion commanders, including the 3rd Asia Legion, watched from a distance, observing the fierce battle between the two. Meanwhile, Arut's expression darkened. He couldn't understand what was happening. While Chover shouted incantations, he refused to use magic and found himself in a bizarre place. As soon as the girl returned, she demanded a match from Arut, either by skill or deception. Arut, with his tactical thinking, tricked her by claiming fatigue, so she cheerfully agreed to spar when he felt rested. Once Arut became the referee, he decided to let them fight it out to stretch their muscles and bones. While they battled fiercely, everyone was stunned, forcing the couples of the 5th Legion to eat dog food. They confidently showed off their personalities in front of the commoners, playfully teasing each other before a long-standing FA. Arut eventually ordered the match to begin, because he had already eaten enough dog food. Arut stood pondering with a CEO-like demeanor, devising a cunning line to ease the tension. "Don't mess with each other," Arut said with a lively smile and a mischievous grin. The space suddenly fell unusually quiet. Arut felt quite homesick too. Before everyone's reaction, General Myers of the 12th Army Corps called out his name. He was a rather quiet and introverted person, but his voice and prematurely aged face also exuded a commanding presence. After calling out, he hesitated for a moment, then leaped behind Daha, deputy commander of the 12th Army Corps, to relay his message. Daha's face turned excitedly pink, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. When Myers first said they couldn't be harmed together, he looked quite cool. Then, countless praises and beautiful words were directed at Arut. Hearing all these sweet words, Arut was speechless due to the intoxicating beauty of flattery. Commanders from other corps also sought Arut's assistance, making the current battle intense. While outsiders spoke vaguely, those inside continued to fight fiercely. Suddenly, Devilania mentioned Ed's strength, the deputy commander of the 0th Army Corps, who was a top contender for this command. Hearing this, Arut also saw the handsome guy with shiny hair next to him in different light. Then came Donovan, the 3rd person proposed for this command position. Trover was also proposed, but Donovan declined the offer. Trover then seized the opportunity to explain it was because he couldn't bear her affection. Hearing this sentimental talk made the commander next to him feel homesick too. She then stepped forward and sat next to Arut, who didn't recognize her at all. Trover hugged himself and spoke about the rumors that Arut could create a baby with a certain probability when two people are in love. Arut looked at her and silently understood her intention. She wanted a child, but he believed demons couldn't have children. Trover heard such children called blessings. Arut suddenly paused, while inside, the two gods continued to fight. Amid the swirling flowers and leaves, everyone seemed evenly matched. Trover shared that she wanted a blessing with Donovan. But when Arut heard the phrase blessing, it made him hesitant. He still remembered his dark past, a painting tainted with fresh blood, and only the innocent image of him and his older brother. The two gods inside continued to vie for control, some actively defending, while others passively endured. Yet Arut's heart remained unchanged amidst life's myriad changes. The commander sitting beside him still couldn't understand such an interesting story that didn't pique his interest. What kind of story would interest him? Afterward, she told him about Trover's ability to use magic. This made Arut pause, casting a somewhat unfriendly glance at her. Arut seemed concerned about this, her eyes bright as she recounted to him that he wasn't using it because he had completely depleted his mana now. Due to his current temperament, which always prioritized pleasure, he now had no mana left for those extravagant pleasures. Although his basic mana wasn't much, the main commander still had the ability to use magic for the rest of his life because there was still the power of the Demon King that each of them possessed. They are the Demon King's children, so their bodies are also formed by his power, which is the purest and strongest mana. Arut was skeptical about human nature because he was putting his life into an army full of strange poisons. Looking at Trover using mana so wastefully, Arut only saw him as no different than a spoiled child in the Troverian arena taunting his opponents. His eyes lit up, and then he launched an attack, with massive destructive power, causing the ground below to crack and shatter into pieces. The force was so strong that a fragment flew straight towards Arut before he could react, but ED appeared just in time and waved his hand, shattering the stone into pieces. Arut assured everyone he was fine, but blood was flowing from his face. Everyone stopped the match due to this unfortunate incident. Trover apologized profusely, remorseful and repentant for his mistake. ED knelt down, apologizing to Arut, and looked at Trover with a gaze full of love and forgiveness. Arut didn't expect the atmosphere here to be so tense, and moreover, he didn't expect such a fool to dare to attack him. Arut looked at them with tension, feeling 7 parts fearful and 3 parts helpless. Seeing the situation seemed very tense, Arut placed his hand on ED's shoulder, and ED assured him that he was fine and wanted to rest. Arut called for the match to be declared a draw and possibly continued on another day. This ordinary statement made the demons think of another scenario, that he was very cool. Seeing a dangerous reaction from Arut's neck, Dr. Ben rushed over at top speed. Everyone thought Arut was more cruel than any demon they had ever seen, because who would speak good of Arut when it was so normal? When the world was rumored to be cruel, Arut went to meet the Demon King afterward. Arut looked on in horror, as they had just conquered half of the continent. He pointed to a spot on the map and said, "Currently, their target is Edparinas, which is the smallest kingdom on the map by size. Breaching its imperial gates is merely a matter of time." Hearing the name of this kingdom triggered a memory for Arut, reminding him that he had heard of it before. He had previously been skeptical and asked, "Who is Remember really?" "He's the steward of the hero Dion Hart," he replied. But what Arut really wanted to know was what Remember had done before coming here under the Emperor's orders, as he seemed too suspicious, cool and powerful, to be just an ordinary steward. After pondering for a moment, Remember stroked his beard and said, "I come from Edparinas. Is that what you wanted to know?" Hearing this, Arut looked surprised, but didn't know that it was a place of monkey business. He wanted to know only Remember's intentions, not his backstory. Returning to reality, the Demon King revealed that the Empire would not stop at conquering the human realm, but also aimed for the demon realm. "So, a handsome man with power, like you shouldn't just sit around waiting. Whoever wants to come can come and challenge me," said the Demon King, appearing with a villainous smile. "I will start preparing for this game," he continued. "Arut, I want to overthrow the Empire, and change the name of this game from a territorial dispute between humans to a gamble between the survival of demons and humans." The map burst into violet flames as the Demon King spoke, leaving Arut feeling somewhat uneasy. "You should start forging ahead," the Demon King advised him, "because it's dawn in the human realm now, so you'll arrive there by morning." Arut silently contemplated in his heart, feeling guilty for many things he had done in the demon realm, while the Demon King still held a precious gift from him, which Arut had casually given away. "I have it in my pocket because he's always following," he said, annoying Arut when he returned to the demon realm, as he had said demons are very affectionate. He warned Arut not to bring any more gifts this time. Just bring him something important, information. The chilling wind amidst the dark night at the demon castle. The Demon King lifted his cup of sorrow and spoke to himself. "I don't want to send Arut away, but doing so would go against the rules. To him, this is a game between him and the Empire to decide who will claim the precious prize that Arut turns out to be." Feeling pursued like this, the Demon King placed the cup of sorrow on the polished images of Arut, then silently pondered. "If I detain or take his life, I'll be seen as weak and a failure. I want to adhere to the rules because I don't want this interesting game to end in a whitewash. So I need to be cautious when using Arut as a pawn, as he's very useful, but also a dangerously risky card. In the days ahead, it will be exhausting." The Demon King revealed a different grotesque face with a mocking smile. Meanwhile, ED packed his bags daily and helped his commander-in-chief put on his coat. As for Arut, he harbored doubtful thoughts about life. He knew for sure that he could be drawn into this war. He wondered if he should stuff a handkerchief into his mouth and fight those villains again. In the past, when Arut was still young and coughing up blood, someone gave him a handkerchief. He was even reminded that those who appeared weak on the battlefield would often become the enemy's primary target. He swallowed the blood back down or put the handkerchief in his mouth, and it's best to hide the truth that he's sick. Remembering those memories caused Arut a headache. He didn't remember who the child in that memory was. Now he doesn't need to hide that state anymore because he kept it secret too well, and everyone knew all about it. He'd noticed Arut's uneasy feelings, so he asked, and when he saw a distant demonic flower, he also had an idea of his own. Arut set out with his leather backpack on the grass, and it was on his way. He saw that the beloved demonic flower was his, and he could only sigh with longing for his fate. After a long journey, Arut returned to the luxurious mansion full of delicacies and his sticky glue, and the steward went out and poured tea for his boss, and he thanked the steward for taking care of this mansion very well while you were gone. He only did his job and asked why you didn't let the staff hide their wallets. Arut tried to appear composed, but deep inside, tears were like an endless sea. He shook the teacup vigorously and replied, "Because there's something important in it. But in this situation, how could I possibly leave this bag to someone else? I also wonder what that foolish tree is doing accompanying me." Arut hastily finished his cup of sorrow-dampened tea and swiftly changed the subject, commenting, "The tea today is truly fragrant, quite convincingly so." The steward enthusiastically explained that he had brewed it from Doja tea brought back on a previous occasion. He recounted how Giant had brought back many rare tea leaves since then, and had even established his own trading guild. Hearing this, Arut feigned surprise, but partly anticipated it, knowing he had previously facilitated Giant's borrowing with the promise to build his own career with his own hands. The steward was well informed and even knew that Giant had named his guild Gene, which was rapidly expanding. Arut invited the steward to sit down and share a cup of tea to steep in green tranquility. Listening to the steward's words reminded Arut of the casual chatter he had heard in the mortal realm about this trading guild. The steward praised Giant's ingenuity and accomplishments, urging Arut to visit him when he had the chance. Arut glanced at the steward with a distracted mind, as if contemplating a jest in his thoughts. Remember also began to take note of Gene. Both old men were Jane's grandfathers. Perhaps they should overlook that stupid matter. Arut took another sip of tea and asked his steward loudly, "By the way, are you doing well these days, remember?" Then he informed the steward about the impending war between his homeland and the Empire, a conflict that the Demon King had kept secret from him. The steward began to tell Arut about his homeland, a small kingdom nestled amid the continent, known for its fortresses surrounded by natural hills and mountains. This meant that if a war were to break out in Epirines, failure was almost inevitable. The king could swiftly mobilize his army. After taking a sip of tea, he said, "Epirines has never been an easy target to conquer." Hearing this, Arut was curious about Epirines, wondering what kind of nation it was. As he was about to investigate further, a crystal communicator from King Alester illuminated. Arut quickly grabbed it and began speaking with King Alester, who immediately requested a report upon his return and wanted to hear it right away. Arut also mentioned the beginning and end of the matter to him. He also realized that the demon lord had finally acted. He immediately wanted to postpone the conquest and wanted everyone to unite again when confronting the demon world. He knew that facing the demon lord was no different than a chick fighting a stone, but he was still very arrogant and had no intention of backing down from this battle. Besides this main news, he also wanted to hear other news. Arut also listened to him. He also told him about the monsters, or the discovery of the gate, a gate leading to the demon world that had just been discovered. T.V. Eduardo sat very chill listening to him, because he knew how he would tell the whole story. He promised Arut to participate in the hunting contest next week and sent him an invitation to participate together. It was a precious gift. At this point, Arut realized what the gift and letter were. Kruel seen sitting reading the letter. His hand was angry when there was no reply when he received Dion Hart's report back after the mission. He guessed that if it was a formula, he would send a revolutionary army or an assassins association right after that. Mentioning money. Not seeing it, mentioning it is coming immediately. Stabb came and asked him about Dion Hart's return and had something to ask Kruel for help. A week later, the hunting convention day also came to Arut, a step with his butler, and they will visit Dane's trade union first. But he was very shy, embarrassed at the age of 10, while wearing a bright red outfit. Among this luxury city, and this is the precious gift that the king sent to him. The butler still obediently ended his ear when he saw him wearing it, very fit and handsome. Then they visited Dane's trade union, where it was crowded and bustling with people, not knowing where to find a place. Then the eye-catching to the left. He saw him posing as a CEO. Dane just saw Arut, put his work aside, and went over to greet Arut excitedly. Not meeting a flag, here Arut will participate in the hunting convention, so he also proposed to go with him, because he would bring a colleague with him anyway. Dane eagerly wanted to accompany Arut, but despite his enthusiasm, Arut refused without hesitation. Dane expressed eloquent words and beautiful reasons to persuade Arut to take him along. But the issue wasn't about whether Dane could handle a sword like Fortentino. It was about the cursed tree stump in Arut's back. Arut had tried various supernatural methods to eradicate it from the world. Fire knives, releasing it into the wild, exorcism, all without success. Arut wanted to use the hunting convention to finally destroy this demonic tree, and adding another person would complicate matters. Seeing Dane's enthusiasm, Arut's butler also advised him to take Dane and trust him. Arut really wanted to refuse for the second time, but looking at the excited eyes of both of them, he knew resistance was futile. Eventually, after countless pleas, Dane managed to convince Arut, not just through emotional appeal, which wasn't always effective, but by appealing to reason as well. Outside, Dane observed Arut with clear eyes. Arut opened the door, and Dane gallantly offered his hand to help Arut down from the carriage, the leather reins driven by grass. As they looked up, they noticed countless eyes watching them. It was then that Dane realized they appeared very intimate, so he quickly withdrew his arm to avoid misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Liner was startled by these thoughts racing through her head. Escorting a man down from a horse carriage so blatantly was an insult to the person. She thought perhaps Dane had offered his hand so delicately to support Arut, knowing that Arut's body was weakened by the curse. Though his intelligence and sensitivity were commendable, ignorance was sometimes a flaw. Dane not only turned Arut into a laughingstock, but also mocked the honor of a hero. Liner realized that no matter how generous the master might be, there was no salvation for him. Arut lowered his eyes, then gave Dane a wry smile, acknowledging his agility. He gently touched Dane's shoulder and thanked him for noticing him today, despite not feeling well, and reminded Dane not to do that again next time. The other members all greatly admired Arut's compassion, akin to that of an idol. Even when he was angry, no one dared to oppose him. Despite this, he forgave him. Surely all the rumors about Arut must be false. A person with such generosity truly deserves respect. Liner listened to her teammates' praises, feeling immensely proud of him. However, little did she know, one cannot judge a person solely by appearances. While Arut may appear tough on the outside, deep inside, there is a vast sea of emotions. As he walked, he sighed deeply over the recent careless incident, paying no attention to Dane trailing behind, his mood dark and swirling. He was warmly welcomed by everyone as he stepped out, though he kept his hand firmly on his pouch, not allowing anyone to touch it. Turning around, noticing the absence of some individuals, Arut felt a lingering sense of unease. The prince immediately approached, and Arut respectfully greeted him, lowering his guard. The prince placed his hand on Arut's shoulder and mentioned the upcoming hunting competition. Hearing this, Arut nodded in agreement, echoing the prince's words with practiced ease. But deep down, he knew this competition was meant to emphasize that this kingdom was no ordinary one, but rather a vast one. Even amidst ongoing war, they could still go hunting and relax. The prince declared his intention to exterminate all the monsters, leaving a few for the competition. For this task, he needed Arut's and his subordinates' assistance. He spoke plainly. If they wanted to participate, they had to do so willingly. Arut obediently bowed his head in gratitude for this request. He willingly offered his knights to assist the prince, intending to say a few words to motivate the prince's soldiers before resting prior to the competition. Who would have thought Arut, despite his reservations, would step forward himself to lead his troops and eradicate the monsters? Standing before the monstrous horde, holding the line, the knights of his battalion fearlessly rushed in, achieving victory without any elaborate strategies. Their fighting style mirrored that of their leader's command. Arut strategized in his head, no longer burdened by doubts. Now he simply wished to heal and rest early. Observing his determined demeanor, The royal knights were inspired by Arut's enthusiasm, evident in their beaming faces. Suddenly, a large wolf with sharp fangs jumped up, intending to attack Arut. He thought this was his chance to get injured. Sitting confidently on horseback, he waited for it to attack, but unexpectedly, Liner enthusiastically stepped in. She stood in front of Arut, then skillfully wielded her sword and killed the wolf in an instant. Arut's heart ached, but he didn't say anything, only dared to give a thumbs up and praised her. Liner was very good at protecting him. She beamed with joy, her heart blossoming when she was praised by her commander. This compliment made her even more determined to protect Arut, though he hadn't asked for it. The numerous monsters that had been around earlier were now almost entirely wiped out. Seeing that plan had failed, he quickly thought with his 129 IQ brain that he would fall from his horse to get injured. But even the horse didn't want to hurt him. Dane stepped forward to apologize on his behalf, saying he had accidentally startled the horse because his leg got stuck in the mud. But with Dane's apologetic expression, Arut didn't blame him and just spoke briefly before quickly checking his bag. Of course, the panther was still alive, healthy, and well. Dane, with a gloomy look, approached and asked why Arut never got angry. The reason Dane followed Arut was because of the nickname Disaster that others called him. He kept doing inappropriate actions to make Arut lose control and get angry at him to fit that title. But for some reason, Arut was always too kind and considerate. Arut seemed to realize something, and at that moment, the monsters were swarming in like a festival. Arut mounted his horse, drew his sword, and charged, looking to get injured to go home. Dane still looked at Arut with a skeptical gaze. A bull-headed monster charged in aggressively. Arut had been waiting for this moment to get injured. Liner suddenly appeared like a deity, slicing the monster in half with one stroke. Teacher Gojo saw that this plan wasn't working. Arut turned his horse to another target, one with sharp, bloody fangs that looked terrifying. However, the slackers in the brute fought each other to kill it. For a moment, both of them were confused and panicked. Seeing Arut's tense face from afar, I thought, I'm over 30 years old, and I've never seen a situation like this. But Arut didn't think so. He just saw these people being too enthusiastic. The other monsters were gradually taken down. Suddenly, a living wolf emerged. Arut seized this moment, wielded his sword with both hands, and charged at breakneck speed. Arut's battle stance alarmed the other members, causing some to scream in existential doubt. If he used that skill, it would truly be a battlefield. Arut charged forward, determined to get injured so he could go home and rest. 2 or 3 comrades behind him leaped forward, directly blocking his actions. They were afraid he would use a skill that exceeded his limits and speed to fight, but when he activated the dark demonic power, his body would suffer severe damage. The last time they survived was thanks to Arut's repeated sacrifices. Everyone hugged Arut with affection, hoping he would protect his own well-being. A royal knight arrived to announce the end of the program. They needed to keep a few monsters for the upcoming competition. His comrades advised him, seeing Arut's very depressed state, with words that seemed nonsensical yet heartfelt. Suddenly, one member glanced and saw Dane washing their actions with hateful eyes. Back at the farm, Arut lay panting on a soft bed. The hunting competition was about to begin. He wondered if the king had a hidden meaning for him, and whether it was related to war. The mere mention of war made Arut want to sleep again. He hated it and didn't want to be a part of it, especially since this war was against the demon lords. A strange flower crept out of the bag. At that moment, someone approached. Arut quickly covered it and assumed the traditional stance. This image made the person think their captain was enthusiastic about the upcoming competition. They informed Arut that he could bring someone along for the competition because they felt uneasy about Dane. They had noticed his suspicious gaze during the previous skirmish. Arut immediately understood and called for Liner to take him. She appeared, pinching his ear. Hearing the word assistant, Liner straightened up and agreed. In the end, they both said in unison, "I will accompany Lord Arut." Their eyes clashed as they competed for this position, but Arut had already decided not to choose either of them, even though his companion pleaded, saying there was something very suspicious about Dane. Arut certainly realized something as well, but if it was just him, he was confident he could handle it himself. After all, luck alone wouldn't have made him the main character of this story. Suddenly, a rotund man approached Arut and began to mock him. His comrades immediately emitted a chilling aura upon hearing his taunts, wondering who this fool was. Others thought this man was truly foolish, not realizing whom he was provoking, unaware that he was injuring the kingdom's hero and King Dion Hart's chosen sword. Arut asked him who he was, and the man puffed out his chest, proclaiming himself as the rightful head of the Hart family, the true Duke Hart. This revelation stunned everyone. Despite the murmurs around, the man boldly pointed at Arut and said he was no imposter like him. Arut recognized that perhaps some descendant, through some means, had become the head of the family. He stepped beside the man, wearing a provoking smile, congratulated him, and wished him the best, hinting that soon the Hart family might vanish from history. Arut was chillingly awaiting the downfall of his own family. The man, frustrated, left, while Arut smiled with an air of boundless cunning and scheming. He thought that the greedy members of the family must have placed this man in such a position as a pawn. The prince then announced that the competition would start immediately. In this kingdom, there was a custom where admirers would give ribbons to warriors preparing for battle. Friends and family would give handkerchiefs, like a loving couple in a rosy romance. Arut didn't expect anything, but he subtly hinted to his comrades that he too wanted a handkerchief. The young man over there received a handkerchief from an admiring girl, which reminded her of 8 years ago during the war, which she gave one to her brother. Arut asked her about replacing her brother in joining the military, but her parents forbade her from enlisting. She was more skilled with a sword and healthier than her frail brother, which made her worry greatly for him. Therefore, she dedicated herself to becoming a knight, since her parents wouldn't prevent that. Her story reminded Arut of his happy family when he was young, but perfect scenarios seldom occur. Deep within the forest, many traps had been set, along with numerous infamous assassins gathered together. 2 of them were plotting against him, as Kruel had previously received orders from Stabb to kill him. Stabb was very ruthless, and had deduced that Dion Hart was an introvert who hated crowds, so he planned to lure him using monster tracks. Stabb understood everything about Dion Hart, but in contrast, he concealed himself so well that Dion knew nothing about him. On this side, the Duke was also walking with Arut, deep in thought. Suddenly, countless arrows of hatred shot toward him. Luckily, Dane noticed and saved him in the nick of time. They rolled together several times, not knowing if they had missed a beat, and then the arrows flew towards them again. This time, Arut saw them in time and dodged out of danger. The assassins began to reveal themselves, and both sides engaged in combat. Arut fought fiercely against the assassins. In hindsight, he shouldn't have been so complacent and should have brought bodyguards along, especially since the guy from the hierarchy was a piece of work both literally and figuratively. Dane had only recently started learning swordsmanship, and now Arut's best option was to run away. At this moment, Arut was cornered against a tree. Countless arrows of hatred flew towards him. Kruel, observing from above, jumped down to save Arut. Having rolled around a few times, Arut coughed up blood. When he looked up to thank his savior, he was shocked to see it was his brother, Kruel. Arut grabbed his hand in anger and asked why he was here. Kruel looked at him with cold eyes but said nothing. Meanwhile, the monstrous tree that Arut had unintentionally brought along had grown huge and was eliminating several assassins. Other attackers lunged forward, but were instantly killed by the tree. Its power completely overwhelmed the minor threats. Hearing strange noises, the royal knights rushed to the scene. The hierarchical guy hiding behind the tree whispered that the monster had come out of Arut's bag, though the bag was right in front of him. Some people thought Arut was the one controlling the demonic tree, and it was his monster. Arut stood up and gave a cold look that made the man flinch, thinking the rumors about Arut were all true. Meanwhile, Kruel had already fled during the chaos. Arut stood proudly in front of the giant tree, unfazed because he needed to deal with it before things got worse. But saying it was easy, doing it was difficult. The tree extended its giant tentacles to attack him. With a loud crash and dust flying everywhere, Arut was being strangled by the tree. The royal knights, still confused, heard from the fat guy that they were on the same side. Arut's body trembled, struggling to breathe. Summoning all his strength, he delivered a light slash to the tree. Miraculously, that gentle strike was enough to annihilate the monstrous flower. Everyone witnessed this scene, praising Arut to the skies. Dane rushed over to Arut, who still couldn't believe he had defeated it with just one strike. His body was covered in blood, but it was mostly due to his weak physical condition rather than serious injury. The recent events were just a drama staged by that flower for him. Before falling, it used its vines to protect his head, and when he swung his sword absent-mindedly, it positioned itself right in front of the blade to end itself. As the knights inspected it, the creature's body had already withered away. Perhaps Arut's flower had realized he would get into trouble if they discovered both were on the same side, so it attacked him to prove they were enemies. Arut felt it was foolish, considering how many times he had tried to kill it, yet it still tried to sacrifice itself for him. Dane helped Arut up, having realized the creature's connection with him. Arut glanced at Dane with a sharp look, asking if he was satisfied. When the monster crawled out to attack, Dane didn't intervene but watched from a distance. Dane smiled contentedly, affirming that Dion Hart was indeed a disaster. Who else could control such a monster? It was impossible unless he himself was the disaster. Dane vowed from then on never to doubt Dion Hart again. That night at the estate, everyone laughed and talked together, except for the chubby duke, who was worried about his livelihood after Arut threatened him. Arut warned him if he dared to cause trouble again, he would clean up his whole family. Later, the emperor arrived, revered by all, and began tallying the scores and announcing the winner. Kruel Hart had captured 4 third-tier creatures, Elphifius had captured 5 second-tier creatures, and Dion Hart claimed the top spot. Everyone cheered for Captain Hart, while Arut stood bewildered, not quite grasping what was happening. The king explained that since it was the first time a plant-type monster had been discovered, he awarded additional points. Thus concluded the program. Before the online party began, there was one more announcement. As everyone knew, the Empire was currently at war with many other nations, but there was something even more important than everything else. He raised his hand arrogantly and declared, "We will put an end to all wars in the human realm and launch a war against the demon realm." Everyone below reacted with shock and started discussing this ominous news. Someone bluntly asked His Majesty if the kingdoms engaged in active combat zones would accept this situation. Eduardo replied coldly, stating that whether they accepted it or not, they had to. He insisted their territory was unique in the human realm capable of initiating war against demons. Arut wondered why he didn't explain who might ally with the demon faction, unlike the demon lord, who was willing to accept a common human like him and even awarded him the title of Commander Zero. That day there was no malice or resentment towards humans, despite their overwhelming power in every grain. Sometimes it was a bit ridiculous. In the demon realm, as long as one had talent, distinctions of rank, gender, or skin color didn't matter. They were all accepted. Later, they walked out together for a private conversation. He spoke about the rewards for the top scorer being sent home, and carefully considered giving Arut additional rewards to match his efforts. Hearing this, Arut, a poor boy at heart, wanted to propose money, but he dismissed that thought. What caught his attention was when the king started wearing gloves. Noticing Arut's distraction, Alester promptly called his name and reiterated that he would participate in this battle. Seeing Arut's hesitation made him self-satisfied that he had correctly guessed Arut's black heart. Arut decided to follow his instincts entirely. He appeared with a frightening face and asked which side he wanted to follow. He reminded him that he had given him many opportunities before. Dion Hart, who had once participated in a mission to conquer monsters, even lost his life to the hero, yet succeeded in overcoming the catastrophe and bringing the hero's body back, an extraordinary achievement. But also thanks to this event, he tangled Arut into a mess. Previously, when executing the mission and seeing him continuously vomiting blood, he thought it was the curse of the Demon King's seal. When asked about destroying that seal, Arut wanted to return to the demon realm to investigate. But it was also for this reason that things became more complicated. He thought that he had done a Snake 2 job, which Alester also realized, and he did not expect him to be able to fake his feet like that. The fact that he returned safely from the demon realm made him doubt and speculate. The information that Dion Hart brought back from the demon realm was so detailed that even the Demon King's close relatives didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know what benefits this brought to the Demon King. But coincidentally, at this time, rumors about Commander Zero began to spread since Dion Hart started going back and forth between the two worlds. Alester slammed the table. The documents scattered across the surface. He finally understood that Dion Hart was not only serving the Empire, but also being exploited by the Demon King, just like he was. He listed all the things Dion was doing behind his back. Dion Hart stood solemnly, listening to every word, affirming that he had never lied whenever the Emperor questioned him. That was also the reason Alester had allowed him to survive until now. Dion Hart was like a mediator, not belonging to any side. If questioned, he would speak. If not, he would remain silent. He only reluctantly performed his duties, but never refused any orders. To Aletser, Dion was an experienced, knowledgeable, and talented individual, a perfect pawn between him and the Demon King. Both sides aimed for the same prize, which was Dion Hart. Aletser whispered sweet words to Dion. "You are a human, so you should stay here." Hearing this, Dion was taken aback by those refined words. Because even the cleverest schemer can be caught, Eduardo decided to bestow an honorary title of Marquis on Dion to sway him to his side. But he didn't realize that Dion had already seen through his intentions. At the party, everyone was laughing and chatting merrily. Dion approached and greeted the Empire's Rose. She clasped her hands, her cheeks blushing with excitement at his handsome appearance. She inquired about the events that had transpired during the hunting competition. Dion suggested they find a quiet place to talk, and she readily agreed, saying they could go anywhere as long as they were alone. They walked together through the nearby forest. She expressed regret for not being able to give him a ribbon for a safe hunt. When she heard about the assassination attempt on him, she was extremely alarmed. Dion assured her he was fine, but felt very sad. He thought it was natural for her to forget. With a cold but still very beautiful face, he reminded her that it was understandable since she didn't truly care for him. He knew that all her actions were just a performance. Embarrassed, she confessed she wanted them to be together. He took her hand and coldly rejected her confession. Being rejected by such a handsome man, the princess squatted down, pondering about Dion, a person of such beauty who was still single and happy. Could he possibly be gay? This gossip made Dion shudder. Marcus Stigma Primero suddenly appeared from behind, placing his hand on Dion's shoulder and greeting him. They pretended to be old friends, though they barely knew each other. Stigma wanted Dion to arbitrate a matter between him and the count beside him. He began explaining the whole story to Arut. Demons had been continuously invading his territory, harming innocent people and causing chaos for a long time. Therefore, he reported the situation to the Empire. He wanted to personally go and eliminate the demons, but the count refused. The Emperor said that he and the count should resolve this matter since it was his territory, and it had nothing to do with Alester. Specifically, he wanted to prioritize eradicating the demons before the war began. Dion suggested the hypothesis that the demon clan might ally with the devil clan. The count asserted that this could not happen, but in this society, nothing is guaranteed. Even after 7 years of love, people can still betray each other, let alone these trivial issues. Stigma burst out laughing, amused by Dion's reasoning and his wisdom. He recognized that the only flaw in the Baron was his excessive kindness. He explained that what changes human consciousness besides money is absolute power and hatred. If the Devil clan possessed unparalleled strength, humanity would choose to side with them for survival. Some would be willing to sell their souls to the devil just to avenge those they hated. Similarly, some sell their souls to capitalism for a meager wage. Given the strained relationship with the Demon clan, it was highly likely they would side with the devils. Stigma joyfully high-fived Dion, believing he was on his side, and would inform the Emperor of this. Many eyes scrutinized their conversation, but with a single glance from Stigma, the gossipers turned away. Dion was also surprised by the influence of the Empire's second hero. Dion noticed that Stigma had brown eyes. Stigma scratched his head, thinking they were quite ordinary, but they matched his mother's eye color. At this moment, Dion realized he had made a mistake. His face was drenched in sweat as his mouth had acted faster than his brain. Stigma was born to a maid, yet he joyfully offered Dion a drink without any resentment. Stigma was happy to see Dion's innocent face, which was completely different from the rumors of him being cold-hearted. He felt that the Emperor was very fond of Dion and saw similarities between them. They both rose from the bottom of society, never felt satisfied, and were obsessed with proving themselves. Ultimately, they had both turned against their own families. These words shone like a brilliant halo over Dion, reminding him of his past. What was once bright and colorful had turned into darkness as he grew older and was shunned by his family. Seeing that Dion did not want to talk about it, Stigma snapped his fingers, ordering someone to fetch more fine wine to get Dion drunk, because alcohol loosens tongues. Meanwhile, Stabb arrived to see the king and asked if he had ever experienced hallucinations. The king continually denied this, but before asking, Stabb had observed him closely. The king's left hand had never fully healed, despite possessing the remnants of a hero, and he had a habit of staring into space. A figure as important as the king of a nation should always look forward, yet he was clinging to the past and what had been. Their king always felt guilty over the smallest mistakes, and was easily overwhelmed by this guilt. A king who couldn't bear the weight of his crown didn't deserve the people's recognition. Stabb spoke to his king with a very unpleasant attitude, suggesting that the responsibility Alester carried was too heavy and perhaps it was time to pass it on to someone else. Alester thought Stabb's words were empty and told him that if he wanted the position, he could come and take it by chopping off his head. Stabb covered his mouth, smiling at Alester's fearsome demeanor, and stated that when he was qualified, Aletser would willingly pass the position to him. He then revealed that he was currently turning a blind eye to certain issues, and his arrogance had a reason. He was the leader of the nobility and had the empire's hero as his subordinate, a person with significant influence in the community through the Redemption Church. Moreover, he had ties to the revolutionary army, making it easy for him to overthrow Aletser. Eduardo asked him seriously why he wanted this position. Stabb eagerly replied that power needed no reason. In truth, he just wanted Aletser to voluntarily step down. Seeing that the king understood his intentions, Stabb added that he wanted power to protect something, and royal authority was the pinnacle of power. But Aletser was no easy target. He was formidable. The two men stared at each other with intense pressure until Stabb respectfully withdrew first. He walked away, contemplating in the silent night, certain that the king had many thoughts as well. Stabb went to his horse and planned to spread this information to Selene, regardless of its accuracy. Any rumor would do, as long as it had content. Spreading false information that they betrayed and cannibalized each other would suffice, as long as it sowed distrust between humans and demons. The assassins obeyed his orders and immediately departed. He intended to give the king time to engage in battle and then abdicate, for he did not want to lose his empire easily. So be it. With alcohol in his system, Dion switched to battle mode. He was ready to fight, even if it was against the second hero of the empire. As long as someone was identified as the enemy, Dion would charge at Stigma, slashing wildly. This took Stigma by surprise. Initially, he only intended to get Dion drunk, so he would speak candidly. But when asked if he was the enemy, Stigma responded, perhaps leading to the ensuing battle. Dion, wielding two swords, continuously slashed at Stigma, who blocked all the strikes with one hand. Stigma realized that Dion would be a formidable opponent when sober, given that he was already so challenging while drunk. Seeing that Dion had calmed down somewhat, Stigma quickly approached to gain the upper hand. Kruel suddenly appeared in time to block the attack. Upon seeing him, Dion grabbed his neck and slashed him with a short sword, rambling that Kruel was the enemy and needed to be eliminated. Alester was also there and intervened, holding Dion back. Unexpectedly, Dion twisted his own arm, shocking Alester with his actions. Kruel watched his younger brother, who was losing his humanity, now in a berserk state, ready to kill all enemies. Losing control of the situation, Alester decided to act. He grabbed Dion's arm and pinned his head to the cold ground. Seeing Dion's self-inflicted wrist injury, Alester thought him foolish and reminded him that this wasn't a battlefield. Then reset Dion's broken wrist. The intense pain helped Dion regain his sanity. Seeing his younger brother in such a state, Kruel was at a loss for words and left on his horse. His anger wasn't due to the injury Dion caused, but because Stigma dared to raise his sword against his beloved brother. He ordered Senja to stay with Dion until he regained consciousness, and to tell him not to wander the streets at night and go straight home. Dion passed out on the bed. When he woke up, his body ached, and he remembered nothing of his drunken actions. Sitting up, Dion apologized for what he had done while intoxicated. Stigma wasn't upset. Instead, he found the situation quite amusing. Stigma had been told by the king about Dion's condition, the phenomenon where a person falls into hallucinations, hears imaginary voices, experiences extreme depression, or becomes aggressive, seeing everyone as enemies. It's a common symptom among those who have been injured or have killed people in battle. known as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Rumors said that Dion had to go to the battlefield at the age of 14. However, to Stigma, his junior was still just a human being. But if the rumors were true, Dion was indeed more remarkable than he had thought, and he considered Dion an outstanding junior. Dion kept vomiting blood despite only having a dislocated arm and several bruises. Eduardo did not hide the truth from everyone, explaining that it was due to the Demon King's curse, which weakened Dion's body. Hearing this, Stigma grew even more fond of Dion, knowing that he must have suffered a lot to hide his weakness from others. When Kruel returned to his mansion, he found Stabb playing chess alone in the dark. He greeted Stabb, who then lowered his voice and ordered Kruel to kneel. Immediately, a knife was thrust into Kruel's thigh. Kruel realized that the three men behind Stabb were not just ordinary guards, but assassins. He lowered his head, listening to Stabb's words. "You think I wouldn't notice that you're protecting Dion Hart?" Meanwhile, Kruel's subordinate delivered his instructions to Dion. Hearing this, Dion felt it was all a joke and believed he didn't need to follow Kruel's orders. Kruel had anticipated this because Dion never listened to him. So if his subordinate conveyed the message, Dion would surely be out that night, possibly wandering with his injured body and getting into trouble, which might work to their advantage. Indeed, as fate would have it, Dion rode his horse past his subordinates, showing a face full of resentment. He'd announced that he would go out to get some fresh air alone and forbade anyone from following him. Dane approached, hoping to give Dion a cloak to make up for his previous mistake. Seeing the admiration on Dane's face reminded Dion of someone else. At the neighboring village, sky lanterns floated, illuminating the night sky. Dion, wearing a cloak, trudged along because the festival was too crowded, forcing him to walk instead of using his bike. The children played innocently while Dion wandered, lost in thought. He realized that Kruel was trying to lure him, and this must be Chia's. When they were young, he and Kruel had countless chess matches, with Kruel's moves always being cunning and unconventional. Despite his efforts, Dion could never win against him. Dion made excuses to himself to find a way back, but overthinking made him lose focus on his path, leading him to bump into a man and vomit blood. Switching scenes to Stabb, he recounted Kruel's suspicious activities, such as hiring assassins instead of using the Revolutionary Army's manpower to assassinate Dion. He even changed the assassination terms to just inflicting a minor scratch on Dion to receive half the reward immediately. Stabb also heard rumors that Kruel had personally saved Dion during the hunting competition. Kruel could only bow his head in guilt, stating that he wanted to personally kill his younger brother rather than have someone else do it. Hearing this, Stabb was quite pleased and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He snapped his fingers, causing the two assassins behind him to disappear. Then, he proposed a bet with Kruel, giving him the opportunity to kill Dion in his own way. Of course, Stabb wouldn't just sit back and let Kruel do it alone. Whoever killed Dion first would win the bet. The prize was that the loser would have to obey one command from the winner unconditionally. Kruel picked up the chess piece that Stabb had knocked onto the carpet and asked why he wanted to kill Dion Hart so badly. Kruel explained that his younger brother was born with albinism, a premature baby who came into the world in a hurry. Despite being small and weak, their parents were overjoyed to see him healthy, and the warmth from Dion's tiny hand had warmed Kruel's heart. However, Dion was so frail that even mild stress would cause him to vomit blood. He had a weak constitution, was sensitive to stress and sunlight, and required special care every day. Kruel and his parents always cared for Dion, unconditionally. Their father insisted that the family shouldn't treat Dion differently, fearing it would make him feel inferior and ashamed of himself. Perhaps this led the indifferent family down the wrong path. Caring for a sick child inadvertently caused Dion to misunderstand and lose faith in life and in his own family. Sometimes, Kruel had to harshly scold Dion when he saw his younger brother practicing swordsmanship, fearing he would get hurt. But Dion was continuously hurt and began to build a wall around his little heart. On the day Dion was sent to the battlefield, after 8 long years in a blood-stained place, his heart was full of scars. Dion himself killed their parents right in front of Kruel. Kruel's world nearly collapsed seeing his brother like that. His heart ached with tears flowing endlessly. Kruel won against his brother on that fateful day, but he couldn't bring himself to harm Dion's sorrowful face. He couldn't hate his brother, who was more precious to him than his own life. Finally, the truth was revealed after many investigations. The source of all this pain was Stabb alester. Kruel couldn't understand how Stabb knew about Dion, who would never step outside, even after the war ended. Stabb's hatred for Dion didn't cease, so Kruel decided to become his subordinate to protect Dion from Stabb's claws. Back to reality, Stabb explained that his reason for wanting to kill Dion was a pact with the Demon King. Even a small fraction of the Demon King's power obtained through the pact made Stabb feel extraordinary. Previously, he had summoned the Demon King and wanted to make a pact with him. But the Demon King wasn't interested. Then, Stabb came up with a cunning idea: to gift the bored Demon King a new toy. He told the Demon King about a young noble with white hair and red eyes, like an Uchiha, even though he was human. During a party, Stabb had watched Dion Hart many times. His conscience was non-existent, as he wagered how long the frail Dion would survive on the battlefield. The Demon King laughed heartily at this, finding Stabb not only immoral and cruel, but also very ruthless. The Demon King gladly wagered that Dion Hart would survive. Upon hearing this, Stabb immediately wondered why not wager on how long he could survive instead of just staying alive. He couldn't understand why he chose to bet under. But for the Demon King, choosing the underdog was always intriguing, akin to betting on the underdog team in every match. The end of the war marked the culmination of this gamble. If the kid perished, he won. If he survived, victory would be in his hands. And so, the wager began. The reason this conscienceless guy sent Dion to the battlefield was to ensure his demise. As a scion of a noble lineage appointed as a commander, it was to make Dion Hart understand the reason. He ruthlessly severed all ties from the Hart family and continuously falsified documents because it was the only way he could help win this extreme game against the Demon King. Those who led Dion Hart's vanguard forces were unbeaten and legendary heroes in the 8-Year War. Despite surviving with numerous accomplishments, when he met the Demon King again, he made another proposal to Stabb, to deliver Dion Hart to him in exchange for granting Stabb a bit of demonic power. Sensing the Demon King's interest, Stabb came up with the idea to bring Dion to his palace, and suggested to his country's monarch to include Dion in the conquest against the Demon King, citing his exceptional talent. Despite some hesitation, since he didn't initially know who Dion Hart was, everything fell into place. Dion Hart set out from the Empire, and Stabb savored this moment, enjoying the beautifully unfolding script. Unfortunately, it didn't unfold as planned when Dion returned defiantly with the hero's body in hand. Back in reality, he demanded Kruel report and confirm where Dion was heading. Little did he know that Kruel had quietly followed his younger brother and dispatched the assassins. He sensed Kruel's machinations and remarked that perhaps it was all inevitable, hoping that Kruel could win the recent gamble against him, spread across the realms where Stabb held sway. But if Dion were to head there, even Stabb's power would falter. The commander suddenly appearing in the demon realm, revered as a hero by the Emperor, was indeed a perplexing twist. He couldn't help but feel that Dion was more than just a double agent, someone who had acquired extraordinary status in the demon world and wielded significant influence in the Empire. Both parties coveted Dion's power, and what he feared most was Dion siding with the Demon King at any cost. He wanted to eliminate Dion before things escalated further, for the Empire's interests. At this moment, Dion lay unconscious on a hospital bed under the surveillance of the Revolutionary Army's captain. Even he didn't understand why he was acting against his own interests, immediately calling for a doctor to save Dion, who was considered the army's second most formidable adversary.